It is June 31st, 4 weeks after the events still transpiring between Dagamaris, Eupheim, Vivian, and Iclid. Osiren, Nossew, Humphrey travel along with a new member of their troop, a sword for hire that they picked up along the way, a Leonin by the name of Mitos Helrime. The party has traveled through the remnants of elven power, arcing their way through and around the sprouts of Terradocia. The days and nights have flown by as you all trek for many months across the rolling hills of the Central Realms. At times, it's been beautiful, the sun beating down hard upon the vibrant green and lush lands that are the fields of Corfan. The breeze that smells of rich soil and newly sprouted plants. The rich blue sky dotted with pure white clouds. The towering, titanic and ominous spires of Varntuk's spine to the east. The boundless scope of the northern horizon and the still breathtakingly expansive sprouts of Terradocia to the west. You passed many villages that speckle the massive space that is the fields of Corfan. Small elven, halfling, dwarvish, and gnomish towns that have consisted of no more than possibly 30 or so people. None of them present on maps due to their meager size. You have stopped in very few for fear of drawing the ire of what remains of high elven power. However, many of the villages you've seen have long been abandoned. Reminiscent of the city of Kelstgrave, nothing but empty hovels and barren streets in the early stages of overgrowth and decrepitation. These towns give you all pause, strange feelings sweeping into your very souls at the sight of them, reminders, warnings possibly of what is to come and what has already arrived. Osiren's soul aches in particular, who has seen many abandoned cities, whether they be in the Scarf Cruel, within the underbelly of Cretala, north of the Elven Shield, or recently scorched by the power of Balanzar. Regardless of where they are or how they are made, all of them exude a menacing aura, all of them telling a story one would loathe telling, and all of them reminiscent of his own fallen house. But it was not all bad, for there was one village in particular that you all traveled within due to a lack of supplies, courtesy of one Humphrey Regalius, who felt uncharacteristically famished one night. The village was called Duick Grove, resting just northwest of the sprouts, nestled in and upon some rather exaggeratedly rolling hills within the fields of Corfan. It was on June 2nd. You approached the village, which lay about 88 miles south of Crian-Delanos, seeing windmills perched precariously upon the lush green hills and various cabbage, and potato farms encased in cork-wood fences. The farms roll with the hills, spanning up and down within the small valleys the tumbling land created, along with the crops and windmills of cobbled stone. Cork trees sprout frequently through and around them all. You see the thick and meaty systems of branches sprout proudly from a sturdy base, and a dense canopy of pale green leaves cast dark shadows upon large tufts of wild grass and gorgeous violet flax flowers. On the outskirts of the village, you see small homes built upon the soil, under the cover of the cork trees and upon the small streams that trickle through. Most of them are made of off-color river stones, some dark gray, some a bluish coloration, while others are muted orange. None of them as expertly crafted as elvish stone might be, the mortar spilling from some of their cracks, and the stones not laid entirely straight, but you find this brings more character to each of the homes, seeing the hands of those that built them in each stone. What isn't made of river stone is made of corkwood. The small doors, the single-paned window frames, the roofs, and the quaint shutters that smack softly against the stone with the coming of gentle central winds. As you traverse further in, you find yourself walking upon a thin and paved road of small bricks, nearly only the length of your hand and incredibly worn, lined by the same cork fence you saw separating the various crops. You continue, seeing now some villagers. The first you see are maintaining their home. A rather plump fellow wearing muted tea green overalls upon an off-yellow button-up shirt looks to be repairing some shingles. You think your eyes deceive you for a moment, but nay, this gentleman is no more than 3 feet tall. As you pass, he turns to look at you. His eyes slightly magnified by wire-frame glasses sitting upon a rather plump nose, and smiles wide, waving at you before nearly slipping off his home, catching himself before slipping too heavily, looking back at you nervously and waving a bit less enthusiastically. The next few you see appear to be tending to the fields. You find yourself slightly consumed within a small valley at this point, though, only seeing them ahead of you and lit brightly by the midday sun and heaving their small bodies into the soil, leading their donkeys along to till it or simply laying upon it, all of them very small. You eventually make your way to the end of the paved path, a small village center, resting at the end, built upon a small, thin river and consisting of perhaps 5 shops. The river looks to be around 10 feet wide, possibly 6 feet deep at its center, with an arched stone and wood-rimmed bridge that leaps across it. The river doesn't appear to be all that fast either. A slight babble emanating from it mingles wonderfully with the sound of farming, the gentle breeze, the creaking of windmills, and the quiet undertones of conversation that fill the air. The buildings that make up the village center are built into a large hill past the thin river. Small overhangs jutting out of the soil, the only bit of wood you see on the outside, large tufts of green sprouting from these sparse overhangs. The front of them, made with the same smooth river stones, placed within the soil and accented with cozy circular windows, rimmed in washed-out wood painted in a muted yellow. The hill is around 9 feet tall, stretches back a bit further than most, but what draws your attention right away is what rests atop of it. A very large cork tree, around 40 feet tall if you had to guess, with a girthy trunk and expansive branch systems that span about 30 feet across the top. From its branches you see bits of artwork hanging, paintings, handmade dolls, twine art, chalk drawings upon the dark, some washed away partly by the summer rain, and simply some strings lassoed around the lower hanging branches. Along with the art, you see windows carved into the tree, along with an incredibly old half-oval door at its base with a small overhang just above it, stemming from the tree. The windows look to be sparse, but can be seen wrapping around the trunk to about 30 feet up its form. You notice now as well that upon the hill are a few chimneys that pop out from the soil, smoke trailing from them and spilling through a couple of reeds that grow up to the chimneys. But you are out of rations. And you sit just beyond the thin river that passes just before the town center.
So, how many do we need again? How much did Humphrey inhale?
Well, mostly all of it. What he didn't eat, he threw on the floor, so...
Or how far out from...
Is there a problem?
Yeah, you ate all our rations.
I'm a growing boy, Nossew. If I'm going to best Agamoris, I must eat my fill. I apologize for it not, for you are blessed to have my company, and that is the least you can do is feed me well. Plus, we entered into this small, quaint, totally not poor village. Isn't that great?
Yeah, quaint.
So then you will have the ability to pay for all of the rations that you ate.
No, I do not.
Ah, and therein lies the issue.
Well, at the very least, you can get us a discount with your quick tongue.
Well, at least you and the village have something in common.
What? What is that?
Poor.
And short and weak, apparently, if you have to eat so much.
All right. The rabble bites back. I enjoy a little bit of foreplay, but regardless, there will be no sharp tongues for any of you. You've not earned it. Perhaps for Osiris.
I will say it is good to see people.
I guess. How far out are we again?
How far?
Like, about a month.
From the home?
A month left.
Still a while to travel.
Fine. How much do we want now to the next checkpoint?
What is the next checkpoint? Is there another village?
Well, it's hard to say if it's going to be filled with people or not.
They're also unmarked. We couldn't see if we wanted to. There are no towns between us and Omoris, which I believe Osiris said that his manor was at. Or
That's
near.
Near.
Yes.
That's still 30 each. That's heavy.
That is a lot.
I think 2 weeks is
I thought you were strong, Red Boy.
Strong enough.
For what?
Enough.
You'd struggle eating a pickle. I've seen you struggle eating a pickle.
Since when have you seen me eat a pickle?
Was that a dream?
Nice.
It could have been.
Oh,
Yes.
no.
You
These
made it.
conversations will devolve as our stomachs get more and more empty.
Mine is not empty.
Thanks for reminding me.
Yes.
2 weeks.
2 weeks.
14 each. Fair enough.
How much money do we have?
Has there been enough to, do I have proficiency in survival? Yes, I do. Has there been enough, like, berries or, like,
No.
food otherwise?
Not for any of you. None of you know how to forage in the fields of Corfan.
I have survival proficiency.
You do, but not in the fields of Corfan.
Whatever.
You can try.
Yeah, well.
Have we seen animals?
Many.
Wait. We've seen animals, we've not seen any forageable plants?
You've seen some forageable plants, though.
We just haven't attempted.
Yeah, you guys have had rations this entire time.
Okay.
Also, it's hard to.
Sustain
4 people, yeah. So then we get 2 weeks, and then hope that we find some other village that we can take all of the food from, is what I am hearing.
Sure, it's not like we're walking through a desert. There's going to be more opportunities.
Hopefully. That tree looks more like a chimney day by day.
The land's not uninhabitable by any means. People are still here.
I don't know. Looks pretty, fucked up, in my opinion.
Well, it seems like the whole world is falling apart.
What was that last thing you heard from, have you heard from
Fucked up place.
the other people that we left? Dagamaras and the others.
Vivian.
Oh, yes, Vivian, yes.
Vivian has, right, at this point?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, because this is...
This
4
is
weeks
June
after.
2nd. This is a week and a half after the battle.
Yes, Vivian has contacted me a couple times.
All right.
Things aren't very good down south either.
Dagamora is still alive.
Yes.
Good. That's all I need to know.
What if he dies? You just give up? Wither away?
You could go home.
No, I'm probably out for withering away. That sounds nice. Floating into the wind. Like a leaf that was just recently stepped on. Crunchy.
There's such a thing as a
And
life
satisfying.
after revenge.
What?
There's such a thing as life after revenge.
But I didn't get revenge. So it'd just be life always before revenge. And that would suck. It's like getting... it's like having blue balls all the time.
Why is everything a sex thing with them?
Because I have a lot of it, Nossew. Unlike you.
Uh-huh.
Well, you passed up your opportunity.
When? To have sex?
To have sex.
No, in the
Oh.
case.
Oh, Dagamaras. That was not revenge. That was a mercy killing. He wanted to die.
What's the
I
difference?
want him to not want to die.
What's the difference? He dies.
Well, the difference is that I get to see his face pleading that I don't kill him. But instead, I got sad man looking down at me. Oh, please kill me. I deserve. That's not satisfying.
It is not honorable either to strike on a kneeling enemy.
If
Oh,
my enemies
alright.
beg for death, I will give it to them.
Well, you and me are both
Humphrey's-
very different, and you are looking for revenge for a very different reason.
And Humphrey's anything but honorable.
Oh, please, I let this red one live.
Yeah. After
You can honor
After
me.
you admitted, or couldn't admit that you had a psychotic break, sure, buddy. That's what happened.
You're red.
I told you it would devolve. Let's go get some food.
Whatever. All right, so you guys heading into the town center?
Yeah.
Indeed.
Okay, so
I'll have my hood up.
you see a sign hanging from a thick rope just above a slightly lopsided, half oval, and chipped green painted door set between two square windows, flowers spilling from the flower boxes that hang from each. Upon the sign, it reads, Flour, Fertilizer, and Fair, Buckham's Tavern. You see another one. Under the Soil, General Goods. Halfling but Full Brew, the Dewick Tea Shop and Bakery. As well as Whimsical Threads of Dewick and Glory to the Dirt, Soil, Seeds, and Fertilizer. Those are the shops that you see in the town center.
You said half but full.
Halfling but Full Brew, the Dewick Tea Shop and Bakery.
That was it. So the tavern, tea shop, and fertilizer shop.
And the general store, Under the Soil General Goods.
What was that name again for the general store?
Under the Soil General
How much-
Goods.
Like, how are we looking money-wise?
You have exactly the same amount that you left
okay.
with. Yeah.
Wow, I'm not broke, guys. Eupheme is broke.
You mean Osiren?
No, Osiren has money. Eupheme is broke.
Oh.
Yeah.
Osiren has money.
So,
How did that happen?
Um,
I'm carrying 146 pounds of stuff and I'm unencumbered.
nice.
Strong.
19 strength.
Vivian can carry 25 pounds.
So, what is like the entryway looking for all of these places?
What?
The threshold.
They short doors.
Are they showing doors?
Mhm. You'd have to lean over for each of them. They're probably 4.5 feet tall.
4.5 feet tall. Jesus fucking Christ.
Fold over like a ladder.
Yeah.
Well,
Damn.
the first thing on the ticket is.
How tall is this one?
About 6'4".
6'8" is
Oh
what I would
my
like to be. Thank you very
God.
much.
These doors are
Alright.
just barely tall enough
So Kitty stays outside.
for my penis.
The cat stays outside.
What? Sure, yes.
Nitos will stay outside because I don't kneel over like the rest of you.
Right, that's what I said.
But
And then who's gonna walk in? and
yes,
get the rations?
Nossew, I will stay outside. Here, you can take my gold so you can buy my rations. Thank you so much for being so kind.
I want to stay outside too. I didn't decide yet. You two are the most normal looking ones. Should probably walk in.
I'm not very keen on conversation.
I'm anything but normal.
I am not
Exquisite.
giving my gold to Humphrey.
Why? I'm not going to eat it.
I'm not
Plus, your
giving-
gold is dirty. It's probably been in
Okay,
cat
well-
litter or something.
It's a siren is most assuredly going in, so you can eat
Oh, Siren, will you please buy rations for me?
Sure.
I will hand you 14 days worth of ration money.
Hey?
It's like,
it. You get mine, I'll pay you back.
I may not have money on me right now,
Okay.
but my
So you
estate
starve.
still stands.
I like that.
What?
What? You can't pay for
Listen,
your food,
Nossew.
so you don't eat the food.
You're not human,
Uh-huh.
and you're not really elvish either.
Uh,
But there is meat on your bones,
Okay.
and I have no issue eating you. Remember that, Nossew. If I get hungry,
This one can.
she can eat as well.
No, I mean, she can have an issue with you eating meat
Why?
easily.
Why would she have an issue?
Why are you appointing me as your protector in this situation?
Yes, I didn't understand.
Because I have incentive. Don't worry.
The only one I am here serving is Osiren, because Osiren hired me. I'm not here for
Exactly.
any of you.
and we all will get to the manor in one piece.
Yes.
Okay, sure. One piece of him needs to get to the manor.
I will admit, I do not think Humphrey will eat your flesh.
Whoa. Listen,
I don't think
I've
you have it
already
in
eaten
you.
people.
Insight check.
I'd like
No.
some action on that too.
Sure. Make an insight check.
Let's
Check
just gonna
that
believe
out.
that. Let's go.
How dare you not give me more wisdom?
7, 10.
14.
He's telling the truth.
Holy shit.
Humphrey, I take it back. You go a bit harder than I thought you did.
Indeed, I do. What's my name, Leonin?
Oh, no, I don't play this game with you.
I'm spicy, so I'm not sure.
You are spicy.
Well, if
And
y'all
I
can
like
manage not to
spicy
kill
foods.
each other.
What?
If y'all can manage not to kill each other, I'm just gonna go ahead and go.
I will
That
follow
is
you.
what you desire. I will make sure no one kills each other outside of
No, I'm going with you.
Okay.
What are you going to do about it? Empty threats. You live on an island.
By the way, she is 6'8", wearing a chainmail, like just to the thighs, and then just like leather straps underneath, full bare-legged, full no shoes, one giant fucking spear and shield on her back, and just muscle. Beef.
Might want to get some milk. Not sure.
Cats are
don't-
not supposed to drink milk. They are lactose intolerant by nature. Did you not know that? Of course you didn't. Head empty.
Then why the fuck do cats always drink milk in stories?
I don't know. Maybe because bards aren't very smart.
That's true.
And this is coming from a bard.
Who's a
Stories.
bard? Oh, you're
Me,
a bard.
yes.
Ah,
But I am a swords bard.
okay, so
You have
your
a- okay.
head is half empty.
3/4.
Go inside.
Okay.
It's the sword I'm counting on.
Yes, indeed. Now, and he just like, like dogs while he's going in. You guys are going into the general store?
Yes, the general store.
Okay. Next to the tavern, you see a slightly smaller, more situated and built into a small dip in the hill. 4 small circular windows carved into the stone on either side of the door in a square formation and rimmed with budding vines. You walk through the small, nearly circular wooden door and enter into the little shop. You hear the slight creaking of wood underneath your feet and see streams of sunlight shining through the windows on either side of you, illuminating the many dust particles in the air and shining wonderfully upon a white and gray cat that lays lazily upon the floor to your left, meowing at you as you walk in, but still refusing to get up. A few crates rest in the corners of the shop, along with a couple rolled up reams of linen and cotton. But the majority of what can be found in the store rests just in front of you, behind a rather short counter. Behind the counter rests an alcove, absolutely covered with various bits and baubles. Only a small bit of space not cluttered with various goods, and a ladder appears to take up most of that, shooting up into the second floor. But as soon as you see this, you hear, "Just a minute!" coming from the opening of the ladder, followed by a bit of shuffling, and then the sight of spiffy, yet still disheveled feet climbing the rungs. You see a man with a large nose that cranes out from his face, incredibly bushy brows, no hair atop his head that isn't wildly overgrown upon the sides, and a bushy gray mustache underneath it all. Big folks.
Oh, is that what you call us?
Yes.
Um,
Well, it's a pleasure to see you.
thank you.
Haven't seen many humans. Yeah.
Neither have I.
Mm. 2 of you. And Humphrey sort of. Soak it in. Soak it in.
Right.
All
we
right.
won't Be here long.
Okay, yeah. What are you looking for?
Some supplies.
Mm.
rations initially.
I got rations. What? Huh?
Maybe some other things as well. First, let's start with rations. Do you have enough for 2 weeks for 4 people?
No. Absolutely not, but there's some other foods that you can get if you want to buy them. Shit. Sorry. If you want to buy some of the rations that I got, please don't try and clean me out, I guess. Oh, fuck it. Oh, damn it. Dang.
Would you like a moment with yourself?
Yeah, please. Sort of goes over and... Been a long time since big folks around. I know sometimes you all be a little bit more prickly about your languages and all that. But I got 20 rations that you can buy. I don't think many people are going to be coming in, so buy it up. Get it if you want it.
How's your town doing?
Great.
Good.
Yeah, I mean, being halflings, people just overlook us. It has benefits and, you know.
This is a good time to be overlooked.
Yeah, from what I can see, the trees burning. Not good. Don't like it. But I got 20 rations, and you said you wanted other things like such.
Some shovels.
Shovel?
Nice.
Yeah, got some shovels. It's a farming town.
Are they small shovels?
Come to think of it, yeah. They are small shovels. Now, I don't sell to big folks, and big folks typically aren't looking for shovels when they're going.
I'll still take a couple if that's available.
Yeah, you want me to check if I got some big shovels?
Yes, definitely.
How many shovels do you need?
2 or 3.
2 or 3.
If not just one.
Goes in the alcove. You just see him like sort of like jumping up and like climbing and looking around.
Try to pet the cat.
Nice.
Yeah, sort of like,
Fucking get it.
as you come up, it leans and you pet it, and Humphrey, let me get a piece of that action. He kneels down and starts petting it. Oh, I love cats, except for the one outside. Anyway, and after about 5 minutes that go by,
Staring at my thighs all day.
after about 5 minutes, the halfling gentleman. Yeah, I think I got a regular shovel. You want to check it out? I haven't used one in a bit. This one seems a bit large for me.
Yeah, I'll check out the shovel.
Yeah. Seems normal sized and pretty well built. Doesn't look to have ever been used.
Okay. How much will this cost me?
How much do big shovels go for? Like 4 copper? Maybe?
Sure.
All right.
And the rations? We need much more, so we need many more. 20 rations. If you'll allow us to go.
No more travelers are going to be coming around here. The first travelers I've seen since second group of travelers I've seen since the trees started burning. So, yeah, all right. 30. I got 30.
Push it out, brother.
Oh.
30, good enough for you?
Name your price?
I say, I'm strapped, but I'm strapped too, so I'll give you this. 9 copper for each of the 20, and silver and 1 copper for the 10 afterwards. Wait, that just evens out, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
Then it's silver. Yeah, silver for the last 10.
All right.
Listen, I'm probably not going to sell any of the rations, but just in case, I sort of want to get the full worth of it for the first 20. Know what I mean?
Right. So that's like 19 days. That's a good price.
Really?
What?
That a good price?
For food.
Good. All right. It's mostly bartering around here.
I'm not good at that.
Yes, fine. You look spiffy. Humphrey also. Do I look spiffy? Not spiffy. You look spiffy. I'm sure all you guys are far too expensive for anything I'm offering. So, but I'll take your copper and your silver. Again, I usually just use it. I know, well, I'll probably buy some baked goods and tea. I know that, yeah. Anyway.
Well, if there's any market for anything at this time, I suggest you lay low, though, things are getting very wild.
Is that a joke? All I can do is lay low. You know.
I just mean don't travel.
We don't travel. Again, these halfling villages, dwarves, gnomes, again, it's like a wave washes over us. And that can either be good sometimes, or, in this case, nothing's come. I don't think that we got anything in the village worth coming at us, so we're just gonna stay here, barter with each other, and live through it.
It's good to hear.
Yeah. Is that all for you?
Humphrey, did you need anything?
No, I'm fine. Do you have any wine? No. That's fine.
He wouldn't have liked whatever you had anyway.
Oh. All right. Sorry to hear that. Well, say travels, humans driving around here don't seem very friendly, but I don't know what's going on, but be wary out there.
Thank you. Stay safe.
Yeah, you as well. Yep. All right.
As we leave, let's lean over to Humphrey and you should really take over these conversations. I can't.
Oh, no, I like seeing you squirm, Osiren. Yes.
People can just confuse me.
Okay, so you see them both walk out after a bit, carrying some rations and along with a shovel.
I don't look like the rations we talked about.
What?
Well, very good eye, Nossew.
Was it 56?
No, I was able to get 30.
It's a small village, Nossew. Calm down. They're not gonna have everything you need.
It'll serve us well.
Okay, I'm freaking forward for his share.
You can eat my shit. Would you like that?
Oh, what's wrong with you two weak?
Okay. All right, Sam. Nossew, you
also-
remember that... Wait, just a second now. You remember the last time we fought, right? Lying on the ground, weeping as you bled.
Yeah, because you experienced psychosis, friend.
Regardless of what I experienced, what you experienced was utter, humiliating defeat.
Right back
playing
at
your
it.
game.
You guys didn't even miss a beat.
What?
You didn't even miss a beat.
He's the beat.
Right back
Look
at
at him.
victory.
Red.
To make up for the rations we don't have, we can always pick up something appropriately brought up, like by Humphrey. Pickles, cheese, bread, things that will last a couple days, and then we can use the rations for after that.
Pickles.
They keep well.
Pickles.
I'm interested in this bakery.
Yes,
Oh.
stock up on bread, something like that.
Bread.
I was in
You all eat bread.
something
What's
sweet.
I eat.
What's the shovel for?
Digging.
Yes, what do you think shovels are for?
I'm kind of curious as to why we need to dig.
Probably digging through his estate, smartass.
Yes, the crumpled remains of my childhood home. The reason why we're going north.
Don't you know magic? You can just like move it out of the way.
You don't know that.
Yes, magical shovel spell. Get out of the way, a kiss. Yes.
Sounds legit to me.
Listen, you stick with your boomsticks and your being red and weird. leave the smart stuff to me and Osiren. And you, I don't know, lick your ass or something.
Wouldn't you like to see that?
Yes, I would.
Let's keep this moving.
Y'all going to another shop now?
What?
The
Do
people
you
here
want to
actually
leave?
Very kind.
Yes, they're halflings. They're known for being kind. And getting rowdy sometimes, too.
What was the share of the rations that I owe you, Osiren?
Let's settle that later.
Okay.
Isn't Osiren, aren't you made of money right now?
Oh.
Who told
Why
you
not?
that?
I don't know. I just see it. I see your coin purse.
I have
It's thick. It's
decent
heavy.
amount,
I know it so well, the sound of a full coin purse.
but I do have to pay her, so we'll see how much I have by the end of this.
Yes. But you also owe me a magic item. Remember that.
Which will be settled.
I hope so. You get your grubby hands off of it. Bakery, then.
Sounds like I'm the only one here. No, whatever. What?
Give up halfway through. Face in the dead.
A bakery does sound nice. Let us go there.
Yes, let us.
Can't quite bicker so much with a mouthful of desserts.
Okay. So, you see a shop situated right next to what appears to be a tailor, though no sign appears to tell what it is, at least at first. As you approach, you see, stuck to the ground, an iron kettle next to the deep red door of the shop. Upon it, it reads, halfling but full brew, the Duick Tea Shop and Bakery. On either side of the door are fogged and scratched single pane and panel windows with muted orange trim that allow but a peek inside. You walk into a slightly overwhelming smell at first, but after your nose adjusts, the smells mingle beautifully, but still a bit overwhelming. You see the sun streaming in from the windows on either side of the door, as well as a skylight that has been built into the sloped roof of this shop. Multiple of them, in fact, all to your right and up, built upon the incline of the hill and letting in the soft hue of the sun through the blades of grass and flowers that grow along the trim of them. Beneath the skylights, you see benches built into the soil and stone. Some of the stone purposefully loosened, it seems, to allow for a few roots to wrap around their polished bodies. Along with the roots, dangling flowers have been potted just in front of each of them, within the light of the sun, chamomile by the looks of it, as well as fennel growing from them. Along the left wall, you see shelves built, and all of them lined with dozens of glass mason jars filled to the brim with dried herbs and spices, the scent of the store streaming viciously from this singular space. Just in front of all of you, and to the left, a wooden bar builds out from the stone, scratched, dented, and even splintered in some spaces, but still holds various plants that grow furtively from clay pots. There are some open spaces upon the bar, but much of it is covered with clay and glass kettles, plants, and pots. Behind the bar is a kitchen-esque space, a stone island resting at the center, a wood-burning stove beneath it, filled with still burning embers and charcoal. Atop it are various ceramic kettles, some water dripping down the sides and bubbling ever so slightly. To the left of the wood-burning island, the wall is lined with more jars and shelves filled with strainers, linen bags, loose dry leaves, mortars and pestles, knives, mallets, rolling pins, flour, sugar, and cooking utensils. You see stone slabs covered with flour, while others, neatly piled mounds of dried herbs rest atop them, next to recently used mortars. Underneath these shelves appear to be two more wood-burning stoves, one of them open, revealing a few iron racks placed within, and iron tubes funneling out from the wall behind them up to the chimney tops you saw above. To the right of the bar, you see a few racks of baked goods put on display out in the open, resting upon more racks and flat oven mitts upon the wooden bar. After taking the shop in, a somewhat plump woman strolls out from the back door just behind the kitchen area carrying a tray of freshly baked small cakes, recently garnished by the looks of it with powdered sugar. Her hair is extremely curly and dark brown, but her eyes are in stark contrast to that. A bright green underneath only slightly trimmed eyebrows. Her cheeks, while not fat, take up most of her face. Her nose merely a button amidst it all. Her mouth isn't small, but it isn't large either. Slightly pursed naturally and covered with a slightly red lipstick. She appears to wear an apron absolutely covered with sugar, flour, and various other teas and spices. Well, now, howdy. Puts the tray down. It's been a while since I saw big folks. Wow, big folks. And red folks and cats. Yeah.
We are a crew.
Whoa. Yes.
It smells divine in here.
Thank you. Hey, yeah, them baked goods, all that stuff.
Those look rather nice. Are they for sale or have they already found a home?
Absolutely. Those are Dewick tea cakes.
Tea cake.
Tea cake.
Yes.
May we have 4 of those?
Sure. Yes. I sell them individually. So if you want some, I got other baked goods too. If you want some of that,
Yes, they just look very tasty.
they are very tasty. Thank you.
I'm holding out until I hear about your other.
Yeah. So follow me. By the way, my name is Brunhilde Oakbottom. I'm the owner of this shop.
Well, Matt.
Y'all making me very nervous. I'm sorry.
You sell bread?
Yeah. Yeah.
Just like those-
Spelled? Yeah.
Alright.
Yeah. I got. Yeah. It's bread.
What is spelt?
It's a type of flour,
Oh,
enriched.
oh, that sounds very fancy.
Enriched with. Or it's just enriched flour.
Don't let Milo intelligence fuck you up, brother.
Well, you already saw the Dewick tea cakes. Those are 1 copper per. I got carrot cake, freshly made today, and I got scones.
Oh, scones last.
Scones. Those are
Also for tea. Most of the things that I make are for tea. Carrot cake being the exception because I really like tea cake.
You dip it in tea?
What, scones? Yes.
Okay.
And you can eat it alongside it. It's good without it too. It's all good, I think. Yeah. But are you interested in any teas as well?
Could be fine for the road. Where you just give us the herbs.
Pouch, yes.
Have anything
Blends?
to throw water in?
I also sell kettles.
Which one smells the best?
I think that's sort of subjective. I
Which
like
one
chamomile.
Smells like good grass.
Oh, I got some of those. You want me to just list off the blends I have already prepared?
Okay.
Sure.
Yeah, let's hear it.
So I got chamomile tea.
Right.
That's 4 copper for 12 cups around there. I got black wings bush black tea. That's a bit more than that. There's about 2 silver and 2 copper for 12 cups. I got dried elder salmonberry and rose tea. That's 1 silver, 6 copper for 12 cups. Fennel, shallot, and garlic tea, which is 1 silver, 9 copper for 12 cups. I have spinach and chive tea, which is 1 silver, 2 copper for 12 cups. And I have rosemary, basil, and truffle tea.
The salmonberry one sounded lovely.
What's the rose one again?
Rose, oh, yeah.
No,
It's the dried out elder salmonberry.
is
Yeah.
You know, I'm gonna get my own. Oh,
By all means.
Yes.
Yeah, let me get one of the salmonberry ones,
12 cups of them.
and then
Okay.
12 cups of the shallot and whatever else was in that one.
All right, yes. Since you're getting that, see, let me write it. Sort of scribbles on a piece of paper. 3 silver, 2 copper. Sound good to you?
Fair enough.
All right, and gives you 2 of those. So you have fennel, shallot, and garlic tea, as well as dried elder, salmonberry, and rose tea.
How long would you say your scones last? Edible. Stale is fine, just edible.
2 weeks?
2 weeks. That sounds very good.
That does sound fine.
We got 30. We
Are
got
you
30.
getting any tea?
The salmonberry and rose.
1. How much did I say? 1 silver, 9 copper? Or was it 2 silver?
I would-
2 silver? All right, this is 2 silver for 12 cups.
Thank you.
All right.
And I absolutely need the carrot cake.
A slice of carrot cake. All right, that's 3 copper for a slice of that.
Are we not
A
getting
slice?
bread,
A slice,
just
yeah.
stones?
Scones last 2 weeks. Bread goes stale.
Is anyone going to try the carrot cake with me?
No.
I will. I will try the carrot cake with you.
2 slices, thank you.
Yes, absolutely.
I'll try the. What did you order?
Oh,
Tea cake.
4 of the tea cakes, yes.
Yeah. We're all trying the tea.
All right, yeah. How many tea cakes y'all getting?
She said 4.
4 tea cakes?
Yes. How many scones do you have?
12 scones right now.
I would
Mate.
like all of them.
All right, that's 2 silver, 4 copper for all them.
For including the tea cakes?
No, with the GAs, that's 2 silver, 8 copper.
2 silver, 8 copper. And I would also like the rosemary tea.
Rosemary tea. All right, yes. That's my favorite tea, actually.
Gave me.
What?
The gold, yeah. I'm just gonna, favor that.
This is called Tilted the Dewick Leaf of the Weary Traveler.
Oh wow. That sounds. Wait, which one is that?
The rosemary, basil, and truffle tea.
Oh,
12
that's fitting.
scones.
Yes.
And with the tea, how much is all of that?
With the tea, oh damn, 2 silver for the tea. So
2 silver for the 4
silver,
silver, 8
8
copper. Yes.
Sorry, we do a lot of bartering around here.
That's
no?
okay. I'm just going to give you 5 silver.
Ooh, such kindness. Thank you.
Worse at bartering than I am.
I'll get those slices of the tea. I mean, the cake. Sorry, it'll make me nervous.
Take your time.
Eventually serves up a large square slice of the carrot cake for each of you, Humphrey and Nossew, and hands it over to you. You see it spongy with shavings of carrot within it and a
Man, I want
nice
cake.
thick layer of cream cheese frosting. The cream cheese, I made it myself. Made it from oat milk, cashews, powdered sugar, and some agar-agar that I got from Cran de la Nose. Is some bean stuff. I don't know, make things fluffy.
Let me see if I would know this. I live on an island, so I can assume that there would be like fishy, like, because it's seaweed.
Yeah.
Can I roll to see if I would know that?
Sure.
Okay. 8.
No.
All right. I just want to know stuff about the sea.
I am feeling closer to home now.
Enjoy it all. Did you want me to brew any of those cups of coffee? I mean, tea?
I'm just tying some little sachets onto my chainmail just so I smell nice.
What's the best kettle you got for traveling?
Oh, I love me some ceramic kettles, particularly this one. I just bought this one in Cran de la Nose as well. And you see a nice red glazed ceramic kettle. Small, but it looks to have like a nice long spout and a removable top.
Nice.
Are you sure you're going to take care of that, Nossew?
Huh?
It's ceramic.
I'm not just offering this because it's red either. just let you know.
You wanna carry it?
Want to? Yes, sure.
Great.
I'm going to be using it.
It's another 2 silver.
Whoop.
Thank you. All right.
I'm gonna take a really.
Do you
big
want
tea
any
bite
tea
and make-
brewed while you're here?
No,
And
I
you
don't
ain't-
think now is a good time for that.
Okay. Well, it goes well with the carrot cake. That's all.
There's one for each of us.
You can wait.
I can wait.
A
For the tea cake? Oh, my
Well, I'll do it for free. If y'all want a round of tea, I got you. Yeah, you spend a lot of money. At least I could do with 1 cup.
Yeah. If y'all are drinking, I'll drink, sure.
What type of tea would you like?
I'd like to try my, no. I would like to try what...
Black tea, chamomile.
Oh, the rosemary one.
You want to try
It
the
smells
rosemary?
very good.
Rosemary?
I'll try that one, sure.
Oh.
And Humphrey,
Like cooking it up.
I'll try the black tea. I'm a fan of it. Makes me feel fancy.
Caffeinated.
All right.
Great. That's what all we needed. Humphrey, is for it to be caffeinated.
Yeah, so I always tell this story every time I make this tea that y'all drinking. But so it's a combination, a sweet and savory a little bit, and we halflings and love our truffles. We got a lot of pigs, and they love to sniff out their little treats in the woods and whatnot. And I used to go out in the woods and forage when I was a kid, and I could swear every time I make this tea, I can smell the fields like I used to when I was a kid. It really brings back memories. And anyway, y'all know the legend of the tree above?
The tree outside?
Yeah. So that's a little mayor's hovel up there.
The one that's,
It's not little.
Well, yeah, I'm just saying that because it's huge, right? But y'all are so big, so. But apparently it was a resting place of a halfling hero.
What was this hero's name?
I don't know. I don't know, but legend says that the hero died on top of the hill after fighting with humanity and the elves against some evil force or whatever, and outsprouted a tree.
With humanity and the elves.
and they were working
Yeah.
together.
Yeah, I think so. I know what I hear things, and I know that humans and elves are not getting along so well now, but that's the story.
I don't know why the reason the tree's just a bunch of char now. What?
Humphrey,
No.
oh jeez.
She's talking about the cork tree, the one
No,
that's
sir.
decorated.
Please,
What? No, she said
Hey,
the big tree.
come on now. We're having a good time drinking tea. Don't bring us down. That's my job later.
Just don't talk about the tree.
Different tree. The one that's
Yeah.
decorated with the string and the paintings. We saw it coming
okay,
in.
okay, alright.
Yes,
All right.
lovely.
Listen, I don't need to be protected or sheltered. I know that the Theodosia is smoking. But I'll get you that tea, and you can eat carrot cake and just relax until you get back on your travels.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Takes about 15 minutes. Are you
I'll pass
waiting to eat
out.
the carrot cake, or are you?
Oh, yeah, I'm waiting.
Okay.
She said
Yeah.
it goes with the tea. I'm waiting.
Okay.
I'm gonna pass
Just
out the
staring
tea
at it.
cakes,
Ah,
but not to Humphrey.
Play on to get. That's fun.
you any cats?
No.
He's any cats. Please, Lord.
Listen, I'm into anything.
Bahamut helps.
Bahamut has never helped anyone, and you should know that. What?
I did not say anything.
Oh. That's a shame. I like when they talk.
Curb it a little bit. And you,
Make
nothing wrong
me-
with being
what?
attracted to cats. I'm actually quite esteemed in my old tribe.
Yes, you speciesist, Nossew. Wow. Just like an elf would.
Oh,
I can't believe it.
maybe it's the ears that make him like that.
I know. You've inherited.
It's a cat.
Yes?
A lion.
You have holes, don't you know?
Oh my god.
What?
That's,
Oh.
let's just enjoy our cake in silence.
Fine. Did I say something?
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
yes.
And then you keep saying things. So
Hmm.
it's soil now.
I'm just gonna show off my fangs as I bite into the next cake. Not in a flirty way.
Likes that.
It's not flirty.
God. If you make her lean over to Humphrey. If you make her raise her price, I will not forgive you.
That's fine. That's fine. All right. I'll try and tone it down a little bit for us. I don't know. Okay, fine.
I don't know. I don't really know how courtship works. But I don't think that you're going about it in the right way.
Yes, you're a virgin.
Who told you that?
You did.
Oh, that's right.
You did.
So,
Maybe you talk like more like me, and we can change that. Huh?
I'm not keen on that right now.
Yes, I can see that.
Plus, I have some money.
Oh, truly, this is juicy. Give it here. Give it all here. Who is this?
A childhood friend.
She's not a child now, right?
No.
Okay. Good. By Bahamut. But of age. Now.
Yes.
Why
Oh, I
are we not
see.
going there?
I can't go back quite yet. There are things
It
that-
works, right?
Sorry?
It hasn't gone here yet. The D hasn't gone here. Penis. Yes,
As
it
far as
works.
I know.
No. When was the last time?
I checked.
Yes.
You're all funny.
You know, we all sleep together, and we've been traveling for 2 months. I know you all have heard me.
Is that what that was?
Yes.
I thought you just clapped in your sleep.
I thought that was her.
No, it's me. It's always me. I try and hide it. Little. Don't flatter yourself. It is not you that I am thinking of. And it is not Dagger Morris either, Nossew. Nor is it Vivian
It's a
Osiren.
bit of a tell,
I would have never.
my friend.
Why? Vivian is okay in the right lighting. A bit small. Nothing wrong with being small.
Well, just, I mean,
Really,
guess
it's
I'm
the
the wrong
smell
one to
that
ask.
turns me off.
she bathes. Sometimes.
Exactly. Just, you know what, honestly, I've never smelled her. It just seems like she smells. But no, it is not Vivian either. It is,
No one asked.
yes, well, I'm telling. This is what I do. It is more of an amalgamation of every woman I've ever met, combined into one super woman.
That sounds horrific.
No,
Yeah.
it is not.
I met something like that in the Underdark, and it wasn't nice.
It is nice when I picture it, Nossew.
Abort vision.
You're a virgin too, aren't you? Oh my god, he is.
There's a
Traveling with a bunch of fucking virgins.
One time I blacked out somewhere. down
Oh,
south.
absolutely not. That does not
Who
count.
knows?
Why?
I don't
Yeah,
know what happened.
no, stop. It does not count. She's not a virgin. I know that for a fact.
Oh,
She
nice.
fucks
That's nice.
heavy.
Okay.
Not
There's
in a
some
weird
sort
way
of-
either.
Uh-huh. I just didn't like kind of wonder the moral ascription to like sex.
No moral description. It just means that you're lame for never having had it.
Okay. Right.
Hasn't been time.
The moral ascription. Nice.
Now, Siren has an air about him. It makes up for it. And he's smart, too. But you're stupid and a virgin, so, I mean, what do you do? It just... gosh. You know what I mean. Right. I can tell you're holding it in.
Nossew is very useful. I wouldn't have asked for
Oh,
help.
whatever. I'm just taking the piss. Truly, I'm not Listen, during the 2 months that I've traveled with you, we fought those bolays, and, there were those, bears that looked at us a bit funny at one time. And Nossew, I've grown to appreciate you. Nossew.
Don't get soft, Humphrey.
Oh, I even stopped calling him Snossew because I was tired of the joke. It was...
Did you? I didn't even notice.
Someone ran
What?
you into the ground.
I did.
Mm.
I did. Just like I ran you into the ground. Wow! Yes,
It comes right back around.
it does.
You sure that's not what you think about it, Nate? Nice.
Perhaps. Do you want me to?
It's up to you, buddy. Don't affect me in the slightest.
Listen, if you wake up to the clapping, you'll think I'm listening to you. Or sorry, not listening. You'll think I'm thinking of you. And you will be uncomfortable. And in that moment, I win. Always, I win.
I'm sure I can manufacture some earplugs or something.
Please touch yourself quietly or somewhere else in the future.
I cannot help that my sack is large.
Your
That's not
bedroll?
how- That's not how.
We all have the same size bedroll.
No.
No, we don't.
I've seen his bedroll. It's the same size.
Have you seen my bedroll?
Yes.
Hmm.
I just said that.
When? When have you seen it?
What, like the first night.
You snuck a peek. The first night.
At your bed. It's a bedroll.
It
How
is
do I-
about that size.
How do I need to sneak a peek? You sleep in it.
That's true. You're right. It is very obvious. I'm packing heat, as one might say. My name is Humphrey.
I'm
Regalius.
counting the seconds until you pick up on the entendre.
Don't ruin it. It's funny.
I just want tea.
Regardless. About 5 minutes passes. About 5 minutes passes, and the tea gets delivered to your table. She puts the tray down.
Not
Puts
a moment too
both of
soon.
Did I interrupt something?
No. I mean, yes, but thank you.
Gratefully, yes, you did.
Enjoy, please.
Thank
She
you.
goes back.
Alright.
Okay.
I feel like cat mouths cannot sip, anatomically speaking.
So, you taste
Yes, that's
you taste a beautiful convergence of various flavors and scents. The tea fills you with a warmth only felt otherwise when laying back upon a windy field looking up at a blue sky speckled with fluffy clouds. A brew for weary travelers indeed. Other than being wonderful, this brew simply lifts one's spirits to all of your discretion and gives you a +1 to a single wisdom roll at the DM's discretion for 24 hours
nice.
after drinking it. As you dig into the cake, it is amazing. As you dip your fork into it, the sponge is fluffy and the cream cheese frosting is not runny. It reduces the amount of time needed for a full rest by a single hour.
Ffims just needs to
Load up on the cake.
Wow.
hang out with the igloo, maybe.
That was the tea cake?
No, that was the carrot cake. Are you eating the tea cakes?
I had 2 of them.
I am gonna ask.
You ate 2 of them?
Yeah, I ate Humphrey's.
Nice. I haven't eaten the tea cake yet.
Okay. It is crumbly
Nice.
and accented very nicely by an oat creamy flavor, and the powdered sugar on top gives it a nice sweet immediate flavor, whereas the cake gives it a nice creamy aftertaste. It gives you 1 expended hit die.
Oh.
1 extra hit die?
Expended. When you eat it, you gain an expended hit die.
Oh.
Oh. Well, done ate 2 of them.
But you ate you ate a meal for today, so
Yeah.
you don't need to expend rations for.
Delicious.
Wonderful.
Yes, my tea was quite nice as well.
looks nice.
Yeah.
The black tea.
Glad you
Oh, the
like
black
something
tea.
you drank. Jeez.
Anyway, are you all ready to head out?
Yep. Very much.
It's nice thinking that we're leaving some place like this behind us.
Isn't that true?
Everywhere isn't hell.
Yes.
Hopefully it stays that way.
It is nice to see that people on the continent are still living happily.
Yes. Let us hope that what I saw never leaves where I saw it.
What are
Right.
you referring to?
Oh, monstrosities of the undead kind.
Oh
I'm
yeah,
actually going
that
to
it's a sob story he keeps, you know.
Could be worse. I could have horns and a tail.
Having a tail isn't so bad. Being red, I can see being a problem.
Shiny and red, like a bell pepper.
Spicy like one too.
I'll actually be heading there after this.
To the undead place.
Yes.
Hmm.
Is that? I thought we were going on Merchant's Rest.
No one was ever going to Merchant's Rest. And you damn well knew that, Nossew.
Oh, so sorry for believing in my friends. And they would accompany me to a
Didn't you
mutual
shoot him?
goal.
Did you shoot him?
When I was insane.
Yes, and you were talking about my psychotic
Oh
brain.
yeah, only because you didn't admit that you were having an
You shot
insane
at your
break.
party?
Yes.
When I was not in control of my mind.
And how
Yes.
often does that happen?
When we're in
Frequently.
a chaotic magical field, which is once.
Nossew, all jokes and hypothetical chaotic magic fields aside,
It wasn't hypothetical.
do not shoot me. I will be
Okay.
upset.
The plan stays to not shoot you. Thank you for
Excellent.
affirming.
I just wanted to verify that that was what your plan was.
Yeah, because he flapped his gums.
Well, yes, because you shot people before.
Oh my god.
Imagine having a psychotic break.
I cannot.
Truly.
Wow. Couldn't be us.
Did you not? Oh my god.
Are you all okay?
Wow, you know what? It flew right so far above your head. He's had psychotic breaks. Almost certainly. You see
Okay.
that mask he holds?
Currently in the middle of one, actually.
Truly. He's weird.
Why doesn't it look like ours?
Because
Because
he's...
I'm better than you.
No, it's because... I don't know, his story is not as sad as
No, I'll
mine.
take it. He's better than you. Are we moving?
To answer your question, no, we are not.
I'm getting that. The comparing of them is really what
We're
is
not
selling
moving?
it.
Or what?
We're leaving.
We are
You're
leaving,
not
right.
okay, is what I'm getting. But we're leaving, yes.
To be fair,
I'll be just fine
Nossew's,
for 2 months, okay?
it was more the insane, ancient, evil energy that surrounded us than his own mental state.
I could have kicked it to the curb.
Oh, like you did? Yeah.
Like you did in between.
Like, yeah. Correct.
That was not... Okay, listen.
And I walk out.
Okay. You get up and you walk out.
It's the only way to deal with it. One
Okay.
singer and then run away.
You leave Dewick Grove, a nice, quaint halfling village consisting of no more than 30 people, resuming your travels to the northwest and towards the Grenmore manor. 1 month later, on July 3rd. As you've traveled, you've seen the tree of life shift and decay, seeing its trunk crack and smolder, and its city-sized leaves turn to dust in the wind. In the day, you traverse the rolling fields of Corfan, stumbling across strange vigils held by the animal life of Adamas. Wolves, eagles, horses, buffalo, ravens, owls, giant Corfan boars, and even one time, a roc flying far above, circling near the tree itself. The size and makeup of each of these vigils differs quite a bit each time, though what doesn't is the fact that each of them, there is no violence that appears to occur between the animals. On July 3rd, 1528, you begin to hear the sound of rushing water ahead, and Nossew, as well as Osiren, begin to smell an oddly familiar scent, but for two very different reasons. You push past some light tree cover and look upon an extremely wide river that flows heavily to the west. You see large chunks of rock sprouting from amidst the tumultuous waters, like islands almost. Some even donning trees sprouting from their soil. Looking down the banks, you see varying degrees of height and drop-off. Some points it appears cliff-like, roots wildly protruding from the dirt wall beneath the precipice of teetering soil and simply dropping off, while others it appears to slope inwards towards the water. The river is, at the very least, 1,000 feet wide, dotted with stone protrusions that have been whittled down from many millennia. Osiren breathes in the smell, a familiar scent indeed, a river he and his family had gone to on many occasions to look upon the northernmost border of the sprouts of Terradocia, very close to home, merely a few days away. Nossew, on the other hand, remembers the smell less fondly. Not from any locked-away childhood memory, or any secrets of the past, but from the depths of Varantuk's spine. The water smells richly of minerals and sediments, a smell you recall being steeped in for days as you rush down a river with Clink, Ffims, and Vivian. Barely surviving, if you recall correctly.
That sucks so bad.
After a moment of deep thought, you look down either side of the tree line once more, breathing in what is, for the most part at least, a wonderful smell accompanied by the very, typically at least, relaxing sound of rushing water. You see the trees flowing within the wind, some of their leaves pelted by the mist that sprays out from the river, dripping down below and feeding the grass that lays at their trunks. Osiren's feeling of calm is temporary, as is most typically for Osiren, as he recalls the last attempt at crossing a river. Crossing a river he participated in, remembering Vivian and himself struggling to cross the dragon's tail, and recalling Cannon doing so with ease. Cannon. You think for a moment. Not a name you think of often, before quickly shaking the thought out once more. So?
Did I tell you about Cannon?
No.
Oops.
What time is it?
It's about midday, like 3 p.m.
Damn.
All right. So, it's a big river, yes?
A little too early to set up camp.
Yes, I agree. We just cross. Although I don't know how, unless you can whittle us about.
Well, I'm out of rope.
There's no bridge?
I didn't think to buy any.
Do you see one?
Not here.
Well, I would assume that a giant river in the Central Realms would have a bridge.
Why
somewhere
here?
to get across.
No, but why here? We're in the middle of nowhere.
I mean, I
Yeah,
suppose so,
There's
yes.
no major route to any sort of connecting towns.
Yes, trade routes
Seems
go
a bit-
through Crian de la Noce first, and then to Amaris.
I apologize. I just thought it
Mhm.
would be a little bit more
Yes,
accessible.
apologize. Anyway, how are we getting across?
Right, I haven't heard any
You don't mind
ideas.
water, right?
To the, lions are chill with water.
Hmm?
Why would you assume that?
Cats don't like water. You ever try to give a cat a bath?
I'm not a cat.
Wow. You amaze me. You're like a
Like
child.
I said, I'm out of rope. I don't know what to do.
I'm at my rope's end as well.
Ah ha ha. It was a
Yes,
good
yes,
joke.
indeed,
I have
indeed.
I
You have
have
rope.
as well.
Do you have 1,000 feet of it?
No, but
You
at
just
least we can
realized.
stay together.
Mm.
You said there were like little rocky
Protrude-
outcroppings?
Within the river.
How, like, jumpable are they?
Yeah.
With some acrobatics checks, you could certainly do it.
Let's do that.
Who is going first? No, I will not. I will go second.
I will.
I'll go second.
No, I'll go second.
And I'll go first.
How about you go last?
I'll go first.
I'll go last.
No, 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 no. You're the one that we're here for, and you have to pay her. You go first, I'll go second, she'll go third. You go last.
How far across is the cliff's edge or the river's edge from the first skipping, like the first stone?
That's town?
What?
First town?
Stone.
Oh, about 8 feet.
Oh, wow. That's much. I thought I was like doing like a.
There are some that you will need to do that on.
Well, then we'll get to that when we get to that. Okay.
Nossew, come here for a second.
Mm.
I feel like you will probably need the most help here.
Mm. Truly.
I'm gonna unwrap my hands.
Oh.
You've seen them before.
I just always forget that you got wood in your skin.
Yeah, I don't.
You have horns.
Jutting from weird little flesh mounds in your forehead.
He has wood in his arms because he can cast magic. Okay.
No flame on Osiren. Absolutely no flame on Osiren.
Yeah, it seems about like the same amount of weird to me. No.
What are you talking about?
He has wood in his skin.
He's
You're
an
red.
artificer.
You're actually red.
Okay, wait, but this is bone.
Yes.
That is weirder
that's
than
weird.
him putting stuff in his arms.
He made things that allow him to cast magic. You're red.
Yeah, my arms wouldn't be able to move without them either, so.
Well, like aesthetically,
Really?
it's just.
How much magic can you cast?
I do like 2 things.
Yeah. Exactly. Shut your mouth.
Magic is not the
And I can
metric
do
of
those 2 things
ability, I will
really
say.
well. Like really well.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Anyway. Last says what? Hmm?
Anyway.
Really, I like killed 3 things at once one time.
Are we stalling because we're scared of
No,
water?
we're not. Osiren, what are you doing to help Nossew? He does need help.
Yeah, I'm just gonna rub my hands together as the mercurial orb on the back of my palm kind of lights up. I'm gonna cast enhance ability on myself and Nossew.
What does it feel like when I get enhanced?
Paint me a picture.
It's
like a
warm.
kiss on the
I'm just
forehead.
gonna hold him, yeah, like grab his shoulder.
Hmm.
You just feel like a warmth go across your shoulder into your chest.
Don't look so pleased about it.
Pleasant feeling. Oh, somebody jealous.
Yes.
If you fall in,
I
I will
am.
not follow you.
Yeah, I understand.
Great.
This
Yeah.
river's not been kind to me.
Oh.
Sorry? What? This.
What? Have you been here before?
I've seen this river before.
So you've been here before then?
Not here. It's a big river. It goes a long ways. All the way from the spine.
Then it's a different river.
It's the same.
Just because. Okay, listen to me. If a body of water fills into 2 separate rivers,
Mhm.
are they the same river, Nossew?
Well, it's like the same system.
But are they the same river? Think hard.
Yeah,
No,
functionally.
no. They're not.
It's the same water.
I know my geography well. If you tell me exactly where, I can tell you if it was the same river or not.
Our leader is very smart.
It was,
Oh, kiss his ass a bit less. He's paying you anyway.
It was, south of Kermaker and the Shards. When I went with Vivian and
Oh, in the shark.
Clinton.
Anyway, let us continue on.
All I'm
If
saying
anyone
is,
falls in, I will go in after them.
No, that is a rushing river.
I am
You
a
let
big-
him bob along like one of those fishing lures. Yes, that attract the fish.
a lure.
A lure.
Yes.
How about...
What in the
Oh,
world?
someone beeped our door.
And all I'm saying is, don't plan on letting this water best me again.
Well, good. Well, perhaps I could have been of more of help if I came down.
Yeah.
Good.
Okay.
Listen, Nossew. If you go in, I will try slightly hard to get you back.
I don't care, Humphrey.
You don't care? You want to die?
Could you all have used my help in the shards?
Yeah. What?
Indubitably. Yeah. Clink died.
Who's Clink?
Don't tell me you're feeling guilty about it now.
I feel guilty about a lot of things. It doesn't change my decision. It's the
Yeah.
right decision to make, but
So then why are you asking about it?
because I like to know things.
Hmm. Who is Clink?
A very nice mechanical anomaly.
He's a good friend.
Hmm. My condolences,
Would have liked to
Nossew.
study him.
I don't need it.
Why? Your friend died. I'm giving you condolences.
I don't need it.
What's up? You're getting...
Cool.
Oh.
We have approximately 54 minutes and 30 seconds on that spell that I just cast. So
We have 2 lengths of rope.
would you like to tie
I
us?
would prefer not to be tied onto anybody.
Yeah.
I don't want to get whipped into the water once someone falls in.
That mostly works if we all walk in together.
No, I just mean, for instance, I am very strong. If I can jump across, and then one of you weaker
Yes, yes, yes,
ones
yes, yes.
have to
Yeah,
try
I'm
and jump in and
dexterous.
fail, I can pull you back in.
Sure, yeah, then just lasso.
No, no, no.
I don't know how to lasso.
I do.
Oh.
I know how
see,
to lasso.
Yeah, we know how to
I will do it.
Okay, fine.
I will...
So you lasso
Into
and
the
then
water.
you hand it to her.
No. I am very capable, Nossew. Oh my gosh, there's water everywhere.
Also, cat's grace.
Oh.
Yeah, so dex checks, right? Nice. Okay.
Advantage.
Does it get in your
Whatever.
eyes?
Osiris going first,
It's
right?
so humid right now. Do you not feel it?
It might be the water.
Is it humid?
No. I'm stuffy. Mineral water gets me on dry.
I guess we should get a move on.
What is it with you and liquid preferences? God damn.
I'm going to jump across now.
Wait. I'm going third. Osiron will go second. Nossew will go after me.
Are you okay with that, Nossew?
Yeah, as long as everybody makes it across, it's whatever. I take a load off, and I like sit down and
Wait.
it'll be fine.
Did you hear that? I heard something in the woods.
Did I hear anything?
Yeah, did I hear anything?
No? It was like a strange rustling.
And what would you like to do about
Do
it?
you need to go check it out, Humphrey?
No.
Okay.
I'm feeling strange. A little tipsy.
Off what?
I drank a bit of wine.
Didn't know you had wine.
A bit. A little bottle.
Where?
It's gone now.
How much was left in it?
Give or take.
Well, if you fall in, I will not jump in after you.
What? That's fine. I jump better when I am drunk.
You're going across first?
I have like a leather jerkin underneath my chainmail. I'm gonna remove it and stick it into my bag, so if I have to jump into the water, I don't have to have chainmail on.
Okay.
Can I try to like plot out what I think would be like the best course across the rocks?
I'll say that you guys have already done that at this
Alright,
point.
cool.
Yeah,
Alright.
Okay, let's do it.
yeah. Okay, make acrobatics checks, everyone.
Can Humphrey go first, actually? I need to make sure that we can all see
Okay, wait. If we're all rolling at once, I do want to say that
strong.
as soon as she hits the second rock, I just want to jump onto the rock that she hits.
You can certainly try against
Against Humphrey.
Humphrey.
I guess Humphrey.
He's gonna try and get you back if you don't. He's gonna try to actually pull you back.
Okay.
If you can beat his acrobatics, I'll allow
You
it.
have advantage.
Okay, cool. I have advantage on Dex? Okay,
Mhm.
great. 22.
23.
Oh
No.
my.
It was 17 plus 6.
Wait,
23.
while he's drunk?
Yes.
Man's a god.
He's tipsy. He's not drunk. But he
So
did.
stupid.
He does. And pulls you back as he and runs forward instead. Okay, so what did you roll?
I rolled a 22. I just kind
22.
of want to like right my tail and lean back, just like flex them thighs and.
Okay.
12.
Wow.
Okay. So second you, but it's only 8 feet to the first stone. So you sort of pull up and the lean in sort of
I help
like
you up. I
above
grab
you.
your little scruff and I pull you up.
Last one, as you see Nossew try and make it, Humphrey throws him back, runs and jumps off. As you are about to get up and jump across, you hear a whipping sound, followed by a strange, gravelly moan. You look back to see the bushes move violently where you just stood before a strange and malformed arm of tangled vines and malignant flesh flings out towards you, wrapping around your leg like a whip and digging in with dozens of large nettle-like barbs. You begin to be pulled forward into the bushes spreading apart and revealing the creature that binds you. A tangled mess of plant life and mismatched meat, dripping with bile, blood, and venom. It looks almost humanoid, but its limbs are many times longer than any you've ever seen, and the head explodes from the top with many jagged wood-like spikes that resemble the top of a crown. All over its body you see many strange eyes, some goat-like, others feline-esque, and others human and elven, all of them looking around rapidly within their strange, pus-filled sockets. And that is where we are going to take a break.
It's an ugly monster.
It's a corpse smell.
corpse smell.
No.
Fucking gross.
It's not a corpse smell.
It's a corpse
It's
smell.
definitely pus filled with sockets.
Is it a shambling mouth then?
We will be right back.
It's a mound.
In about in 20 minutes.
Love you.
Hope to see you in about 20 minutes. Thank you for joining us this far. We'll see you then. Hello and welcome back
You're
to
both
the
muted.
combat. Let's roll initiative, everybody.
Woo! Mew, mew, mew.
Yeah.
Big ups,
Yeah.
my guy. Yeah, it's feeling good now.
Good enough. I think your initiative's still higher.
Yeah. Oh, it doesn't that 20 usually just put you at the top?
Nah. Pretty sure with nat 20 I'm jumping on that rock.
Yeah.
16.
Just float onto it. 25.
You beat Humphrey
Mm-hmm.
by 1 point.
Oh,
Payback.
that, yep.
Oh, sorry, Grenmore.
23.
20,
Fuck you guys.
Nat
20, 25, 24, 23.
16.
16, wow.
Holy moly.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye you, more like. What you gonna do without your big beefy lioness going
Okay,
on
it is
those
now.
vines?
So, as you are pulled through
Did it.
through the coarse grass and small river stones, you see that. What are you doing? You go first.
Wait, you said it got wrapped around my leg already.
Mm-hmm. And it's pulling you towards it.
Uh-huh, yeah. I hit it with Gladius.
Okay. I make it attack roll.
Yeah. For the express purpose of attempting to, like, lop it off and get it off my leg.
Okay. Sure. You do not think that you would be able to lop it off with one swing. It is a thick
I roll.
hand. Okay.
That's cocked as fuck.
Better. Figure out my numbers, bro. 17 to hit.
That hits.
Yeah. 6 points.
6 points of damage. Okay, so you try and hit it as it slices in the fibers like bits of a thick steel rope before they wiggle back together.
Oh my god, okay. I mean, I'm gonna try to hit it in the same spot.
Okay,
Yeah. 16.
that hits.
Get it.
9 points of damage.
9 points of damage. All right, so this time you grab on to the blade as you pull it down. It goes deeper this time, but again, and you see the face of the creature. Okay,
That's my turn.
that is your turn. It is now Humphrey's turn. Is he hitting it instead of... Okay. All right, and he's going to try and jump over across again. Natural 2.
Damn it! I was just gonna say I was like, fuck! I have to put my chainmail on. Just
So
kidding.
He as the stone underneath his feet, but he failed so badly that he's just going to roll down the island, and that's his turn. As he face first into the stone, rolling down nearly on the water, he just sits there. It is now Osiren's turn.
Alright, we're jumping over.
Okay, acrobatics check. You still have advantage.
Natural 20 and a 19.
Okay, so I'll say you keep
Wow,
all of your
filthy.
movement then, because of the natural 20. So you
Nossew!
rolling as you get there, drawing your sword as you skid across the stone. Okay.
How far away is Nossew and how far away is the
Nossew is about 10 feet away at this point,
and the creature?
and the creature is about 40 feet away at this point.
I'm gonna shoot it.
He shoots it.
With what?
Copyright.
With my
Okay,
I shoot it.
so what are you
You
using?
have a gun?
I'm gonna use Ray of Frost.
Okay, Ray of Frost, so make an attack roll.
Yeah, Ray of Frost. That is a 25.
25.
Yeah, that
You know
hits.
what's funnier than 24?
I was thinking the same thing.
55.
Oh my god. 5 points of damage.
Oh, man.
Second attack.
Okay,
12. I mean, 11.
okay, that misses. So you, the Ray of Frost, out from Osiren's hand, grazing across a tree. Okay, it is now Mitos' turn.
Michos is gonna put her chainmail back on.
Okay, that's your turn.
Yep.
Okay, so you put it on. It is now its turn. It pulling you in by its own limb. It is going to dig in harder into your leg with advantage since it is grappling you. 20 to hit.
Yeah, 20 hits.
Yeah. Okay.
I was literally just saying like, I'm not gonna be able to say shield this whole combat. I have a shield.
I can
so
literally
won't be able-
see Lamech every time he gets hit, struggling not to say shield.
Yeah.
You take 34 points of damage as it, and you feel the bile you saw previously into the wound,
No.
seeping in. You feel it into your leg. Immense pain shoots through you as it.
Hellish Rebuke.
Hellish Rebuke. Okay.
Rebuke.
Con save or dex?
Dex.
I
Dex?
rebuke me.
What's your save?
15.
Fails.
Get him.
Well, that damage.
Burn the flesh plant.
Yikes.
Burn it.
Jesus Christ. 9.
9 points of damage. Okay, so
It's a
you
fire damage.
the flames trickle out at first as he off into the face of the creature. It still pulls you in.
Just hock a loogie directly onto the.
Okay, it is now Nossew's turn.
Yeah. Okay, so I dropped the Gladius first musket.
Okay, roll to attack.
Let me make sure I have the right one. I do.
How many muskets? Guns do you
It
have?
dragged you in 15 feet, by the way.
Enough.
It dragged you in 15 feet closer, by the way.
Okay. 13.
Misses.
Okay. Quick draw second musket.
Yeah, he's 2 muskets on his bag.
Expending
Violent shot.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hmm? 27.
That hits, yes.
To these bad boys. Jesus Christ. Better. 13
Okay.
points of damage.
All right, so first one misses. Sling it over. Hits.
Action surge.
Action surge.
Oh man. Unsanctioned Bastion is.
Not
Oh,
magical at this point because
Huh?
you're not attuned to it.
I can't. No, I can use it.
It's just not. You're not attuned to it yet, so you can't use its special effect.
No, right, but it's okay. Its reach is 5 feet. Is that
No.
correct?
No, it's not 5 feet.
What
It's
is
30
it?
feet.
It's-
Sorry, not 30 feet. 60 feet.
Okay, and it's one. It's one shot.
It's 1 shot, but you can expend 2 points of grit for free.
Well,
Well,
not-
you expend
not
1
this-
grit,
yeah.
1 point of grit, and the second is free.
No, I'll just hit. I'll do pistol.
Okay.
Yeah. Roll for attack on pistol. Violent shot. This one too.
Okay.
13. No, 14.
Misses.
Fucking hell.
Yeah. Barely miss. Okay.
Jesus Christ. Second shot on my pistol.
Okay.
15.
That hits.
Yeah. You got that.
God. 8 points of damage.
Okay. 2 shots from the muskets, each slung back at your back as you. Okay. It is now Humphrey's turn. He tries to jump across.
You got a king.
Natural 1.
No! I just put my chainmail on!
He splashes into the water. You see him floating on his back downward.
Does he look like he's getting like swept up in a current?
It is. But he just seems to have given up temporarily for now.
Okay,
Hey.
he's gonna fight though, right?
Yes. Okay. And it is now Sire Grenmore's turn.
He wishes he was tied up to me now.
Rushing in.
Okay. Again, he's still about 30 feet away from you.
Yeah,
Okay.
we're going in.
Sounds good.
I'm going to let the wraps around my arms kind of fall down off my shoulders, and I'm going to press the forefinger, my thumb and my forefinger into the blade and cast Branding Smite.
Hey, Branding Smite.
Smite.
The classic.
Haven't had a good smite in a while.
Well, except for all the Eldritch ones.
I'm saying an artificer smite. It's been a while.
Yeah.
Get it.
Not bad. 26.
Yeah, that hits.
That is 13.
Holy moly!
Haha, I'm in danger.
That's you.
This creature
That's
certainly
this little
fucking
mound.
is.
Get him.
13 plus 11.
Oh,
24.
24.
Hush.
Okay, so yeah, you. As the flames consume the blade, white and orange at the center. One of the limbs off on the ground before it begins to create a new one.
We're coming back with another one.
Okay, attack again.
25.
Yeah, that hits.
Yeah.
Roll like him.
That's 10. 10 points of
Jeez
Roll like
Louise.
this in Realm of the Chaos Game.
Okay.
Osiris back, baby!
He slices up again, the bile blood spraying off into the distance. You still getting dragged in, but Osiris
My
ahead.
bonus action to yell something.
Sure, I'll allow it.
I'm gonna yell just, tear yourself free!
Okay. It looks fucked up, by the way,
never
after
mind.
that. It is now Mitos' turn.
Is Humphrey like moving away very quickly?
Yeah.
Well, it looks all fucked up, so I'm not like worried that anyone's gonna get eaten. I did just put my chainmail on, but that can be disadvantage when I'm swimming.
Mhm.
I have a 19 athletics.
Then it should help you when you have disadvantage.
I take my chainmail off again.
Okay, so you take it off. Okay. It is now its turn, and it's going to release Nossew and instead and attack you instead. Natural 4. That misses entirely. As it
I just
whips
wanna
out
knock it
you,
away.
yeah, with your sword. It is going to try and run away. As it
Damn, this thing is so weak. How did it kill an elf?
Oh, I hit it.
Embarrassing.
okay, making an opportunity attack.
Get him.
No. 23.
Yeah, that hits.
Holy shit.
Don't kill it.
This
Kill it.
man
Don't
never
kill it.
misses.
What do you mean don't kill it? It goes.
11 points of damage.
I want to kill
Don't
him.
kill it. It has pus-filled sockets.
How much? How much damage did you do?
11.
How do you want to do this?
I want to slowly, like, the searing blade, still hot from the branding smite, just stick it into its back.
Yeah. So you
Pinning it. And I just want to watch it wiggle and die.
down into the ground. You see, still on the ground, gun pointed, as Osiris' face shifts right before he turns and still before it slowly stops moving.
Lamech is contractually obligated to murder anything with pus-filled sockets. The moment Avery mentions the word pus, Lamech is like, alright.
Oh,
Can I go get him,
man.
please?
Sure. Do it flat acrobatics because he'll help you out.
$23.
Okay, so you
Oh, I'm doing
Into the water.
butterfly stroke. I can never do that on swim team. Wow. D&D, where
You-
dreams happen.
a large platter-sized paw as he's dragged up out of the water. You, with one arm, climbing up the sheer cliff face, throwing him on the shore.
Gently tossing.
He
I don't want to bully him too much. He just gave up in the water.
sits up,
Couldn't let me kill it, Osiris.
stands,
Still gotta
gets to
gonna-
walk over.
Shake off all my fur.
blow out and eat
Thank
things
you.
with this.
You're welcome.
I'd say with my unsanctioned action. You were taking too long.
Hello.
I literally would have killed you next shot.
I thought you were going to die. Did you see the pus in your leg?
Yeah, I got hit pretty hard. I don't know.
I'll sidle up next to him.
Hello.
Where were you?
And I actually, well, I want a second wind.
I was taking a swim. Yes, I dove in.
Time to do that.
It seemed like fun, so I joined him.
Yes. Yes.
You seem to have it handled, and, it's very humid, like Humphrey said.
What was it?
I don't know.
It looked ugly from here.
Yeah, it looks strangely better now that it's dead.
Looks like a bit of weeds, does it not? Not really. Yes, I was about to say. There's meat in it. And pus, yes.
Have I seen anything like this before? Any idea?
No.
Do I feel like it would have came from...
Yeah.
Okay.
From where?
The sprouts of Pterodosia. This looks like an amalgamation of both plant and flesh. Something morphed by the power of Balanzar, no doubt.
Yeesh!
So that means that creatures can now leave the sprouts freely. I believe it was once enchanted by the elves. No longer.
No longer.
Then are you going back in there and fixing, sweeping? Maybe dusting a bit, fixing the mess that you made in there, yes?
It's not my mess.
Weren't you there? Both of you. Oh,
Yeah.
you were there as well.
And it was a different man.
I almost died.
One person, right?
Yeah.
Oh.
And his band of chaotic fucks. Yeah.
Oh.
All they kind of did was like whisper in his ear.
One person.
Yeah.
Filled with many
Mm. The entire High Elven capital, yes? Psychotic break me. Psychotic break me. One person, the whole city. Yes? Ah, yes, okay.
You know what gods can do, Humphrey.
Gods. What? This man is a god.
He's not a god.
Oh.
Close enough. Closer than anything
Just
else.
far enough to be killed still.
Closer than anything else.
And I am but half of one. What can I do?
Fall in the water, apparently.
I dove. Oh, Simon Grenmore.
That's right, I forgot. My memory is...
Your family is dead.
I hop up. I jump over to
Acrobatics check.
yeah.
We still have advantage.
He's gonna try and hit you in the air and fuck you up
Nice.
with a pebble. It's a 12 plus, I'm gonna say 6, 18.
23.
What's your what's your armor class?
15?
Okay, then do it with disadvantage because he does manage to hit you with a stone.
He throws a damn rock at you.
Yeah.
So it's a flat roll.
Yes.
Advantage, yeah. $17.
Yeah. So you still make it.
Yeah.
So you, as a rock, but you manage to still land it. He, damn, man's got constitution.
It's a good arm, though.
Thank you. That's why you hired me. Nossew.
Good try.
Yes. Good on you. That was a big rock. You've got a hard head. Very nice.
Yeah, you hit the bone.
I would hope you had bone in your head.
Alright, want to jump to the next
Okay. So, 2 days later.
I retrieve my armor from the stone I left it on. Thank you.
You will. July 5th, 1528. 2 days after your encounter with the horror of the sprouts, you find yourself traveling upon Pontus's dagger, a wedge of land that separates the river of Fallen Woes to the north and the Godstone Creek, the southernmost river that you crossed a few days prior, as well as the home of Grenmore Manor, the seat of Osiren's family line. And with that, there's a music shift.
Yikes. Alright, time for us to stop having fun, I guess.
Okay. The grass here is a bit more sparse, and the air is a bit chillier. You see north-central hemlock trees sprouting from the ground, creating small patches of woods all around you. Thin tree lines that diminish within a few hundred feet, and solitary trees that stand proud amidst the pine needle carpeted ground. The trees are thick and dark of wood, filled with gorgeous pine needles of a dark blue and green coloration. Each of their branches grows heavy, with the amount of needles that hang from them, but along with the needles, you see many a pine cone. The air, while chilly, is accented quite well with the familiar smell of hemlock sap and mulched needles. You see large gray squirrels leaping from their branches, observing you tentatively, side-eyeing you as you pass while chewing on some of the pine cones you observed earlier. You don't travel long in the day before you reach a paved road, the beginning of one by the looks of it, and flanked on either side by a long, dilapidated wooden fence. As you get closer, you see a signpost just to the right of the beginning of the path. It reads, "The road is clear, but it was once not. The path is open, but it was once not. All is revealed, but it was once not. The journey comes to an end, but it was once beginning. Welcome to the land of knowledge and discovery, the home of the Grenmore family. Welcome to Grenmore Manor." Osiron's eyes linger upon the path ahead, feet nailed to the ground in front of the post. His mind flickers with the image of his last being here, an image of him many feet shorter, soul in shambles, body in ruins, and mind broken into the pieces that still rest at the back of his skull. He stares intensely upon a red marking upon the wood, just behind the signpost. A stain within, a stain that has withstood the test of time, a spattering of his own blood, soaked into the path to his manor as he leaned weakly upon it many years ago. You recall the fear, the unimaginable pain, the sorrow, and the anguish as you, a mere boy, were forced to trek through the sparse hemlock woods of the Grenmore estate in the cold winter air. You recall your hands set ablaze with searing pain, the skin sloughing off your bones from the hours you sat digging through the wreckage of your home, finding nothing but more torment for your young mind. You recall no help coming, not the sound of trumpets, not the sound of rescue, and certainly not the sound of flying owls above. You recall Titus Mirkwood, the pain you saw in his face, and the pain you saw in your mother and sister as they stood right in front of you, the hue of chaos flickering within their miserable souls. You flinch away from the thought, but not before you feel the same misery in your own soul, a familiar feeling you know too well. The feelings are not shaken off. You do not forget them in the slightest, and as you push down the path, they cling to you like hooks in your skin. They pull upon you so strongly you feel your essence will be ripped from this world. But you continue. You continue, for you are a Grenmore, and this is your home. The road is paved meticulously, or it once was. You see parts of the path in which the mortar used had been perfectly smeared. You might have believed magic was used, though much of it has been uprooted and made imperfect by the weeds and dirt that thrust through it. You hear crows cawing frantically above at your presence and see the lingering eyes of foxes within the woods, hiding behind the fallen trees and sparse bushes that mingle within the trees. After a mile or so, you come to an iron gate, flanked on either side by thicker portions of hemlock woods and an 8-foot-tall stone wall that wraps around into the woods on either side of you. The gate lays ajar, a once regal gate adorned with the Grenmorian symbol, mostly melted by magic long ago, now laying haphazardly on the ground, nearly consumed by weeds and overgrown coarse grass. But the path continues into the courtyard of the Grenmore estate. Do you continue?
So, Osiron, I think it'd be conducive to understand exactly what you're like looking for here, pointedly.
Unfortunately, if I knew exactly what I was looking for, things would be easier.
So we just
So why is this gate mounted?
kind of rummaging through until we find something interesting?
I'm sure we will.
Yes.
How will we know what matters?
I'm sure we won't know.
I think that is the point of us accompanying Osiris, is that he will know.
Yes, if it's not rubble or ash or weeds, please let me know.
Yes.
Fair enough.
So why is this gate molten?
It was melted by the blue flame that burnt down my estate.
Blue flame.
Blue flame. Well, at least it is not red, right? Which is good.
I don't see how that would have made it better.
It's fire all the same.
I don't know. This fire was.
I think blue is hotter, right? Is that how fire works? I remember reading about that.
It is.
It looks like it did damage either way.
This one was just magical. I don't know. Maybe.
I would hope so. Or else this person has a portable furnace and he put you. Never mind. I don't know why am I talking.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Either way, it is home.
Mm-hmm.
I think. Well, at least. Me and the asshole who stole my family's work are the only ones who have crossed this gate in the past.
Well, perhaps. Oh. What? Wait, someone stole your family's work.
Yes, I found it a long time ago. Someone has been here rummaging through my family's things.
Yikes.
And selling my father's work.
Oh, are you sure it came from here? Could be. I don't
At
know.
least that's what they said.
All right. I'm uncomfortable, so I will stay behind.
Would you like a moment to yourself to look around before we get started?
Well, it is a gate. Do you need some time?
Look around the manor.
The manor is far in there.
Oh, then I retcon that.
It is a large estate. Can't even see the home from here.
To be honest, your company is keeping me from who knows what.
Okay.
I
Thank
do
you
not.
all for being here,
Yes, you're welcome, Nossew.
for what it's worth. And I'll walk through the gate.
Okay. As you are walking through, and as your feet carry you further into the estate, Osiren's mind locks up once more for a moment as you stare at the true entrance of your family's home. But his iron will breaks the temptation. You walk within a large open courtyard, filled with light gray and slightly green grass speckled with wildflowers and plenty of dandelions. Along the path are brick planter boxes, which, along with most else, have long overgrown with weeds. Horsetails, crabgrass, and the like, though there was a time when it was once filled with sunflowers, basil, tomatoes, lettuce, shallots, chives, and much more. You remember the smell, the sensation tingling your nose even now, and nearly putting a smile to your lips. Past the planter boxes, you see small hills and rock formations, topped with more trees and the remnants of flower boxes. You also see strange scars upon the land, scorch marks, craters, and small ravines, all created by your mother and father in their countless magical tests, either testing magical items or the effects of various powers of the arcane. You see decrepit target dummies far off in the distance, and the hint of a stone wall about half a mile away peeking out from the hemlock woods. You are unable to see the manor itself, hidden, it seems, by tree cover ahead as the path winds and the upward slope of the hill which it sits upon shrouds it. However, as you turn the bend, pushing past the wedge of woods that blocked your vision, you see it. You see a large pile of burnt wood and scorched stone, still sitting proudly upon the hill. You see large pillars still protruding from the rubble, stretching many feet tall, a reminder of the Grenmore library. You continue to walk closer, seeing the grain of the charred wood and the still burnt steps that lead to what was once the entrance of the manor. You step foot into where the door frame once stood, and you look upon your home for the first time in over a decade. You see the vastness of the estate, your vision shifting from the past to the present. First, you see the foyer, a vision of Lyron invading your mind for a split second, seeing him smiling as you step gingerly upon the circular area rug adorned with your family sigil just underneath a large crystal chandelier. Your vision flashes to the present once more, seeing the seared and splintered remains of the stairs that stretched up the far right wall up to the mezzanine that looked over the foyer. The mezzanine is no longer there. None of the second or third floors are. Only the pillars that once supported them remain, plummeting out from the depths of the ruin. But still, you move forward. Into the hall you last saw, Lyron, and that man enter. The hall leading into the dining halls and kitchen of the estate. Your vision flashes as you step foot through the threshold beneath what used to be the mezzanine, seeing your sister run past you, her hand grazing your cheek as she flew by, seeing the paneled walls of the hall just beyond her. The vision ends. No wall, only the crumbled stone and ruinous wood that litters the flattened home. You walk through the dining hall, stepping upon a thick leg of the table that survived, seeing a corner of a portrait burned long ago. You see this, and yet you still continue, seeing the doorway to your right that once led into the kitchen, a few of the stone countertops and iron wood burning stoves still standing, their chimneys leading to nothing. A vision of your mother and father laughing heartily while cooking upon them flashes before you, but you blink it away swiftly, continuing in front of you. You enter into what remains of the great Grenmorian hall, and as soon as you do, flashes of what once were begin to trickle into your mind with every step. You feel both the scorched and living ground as you walk. You hear the thud of your feet upon carpet and the crunch of your boots upon decrepit wood. You smell the scent of Lyron's perfume and the lingering aroma of magical soldering. And you smell damp, rotten wood mingling with long-cooked stone. Looking around, within the breaks of reality, you see the busts of your ancestors, the deep green and black trimming of the wood, the intricate paintings of the arcane winds of Hecate upon the ceiling, the picture frames of family portraits long lost behind the statues of generations long removed, and the gorgeous and long area rug that stretches out before you and into the Verun library. You pause before entering, and I'm going to need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Can he get advantage because of the thing he had? The
Sure.
cake?
That was 24 hours. I said 24 hours.
24 hours.
Come
So no.
on.
No.
No,
The
so
little
It
cake.
was only a +1 to the roll.
Yeah, it was only +1 to the roll.
5.
5? You feel sweat drenching the small of your back. Your breathing becomes shallow and feels as if the air refuses to leave and enter your lungs simultaneously. Tears swell within the bottoms of your eyelids, and within the fog it creates, you see yourself, many years younger, weeping tears enough for many years to come. You see the droplets fly from your young cheeks, seeing the flushness of your skin. You see a child, barely old enough to understand even the concept of life, faced with such death. Your face warped in absolute pain as your small hands grip the still burning, ember-laden beams of the only home you knew. Screaming not with pain the fire created, but something far worse deep within you as you searched frantically for the family you loved so much. You look down at the last of the wood you tried to overturn, still blocking the entrance of your father's library, then down at your hands, the circuitry flickering incessantly with a deep orange and crimson hue, reflecting the emotions boiling in your belly and brain. After a moment of thought, you push through the fallen beams with ease, the wood exploding in the face of your might. A strange feeling gathers like a pit in your stomach at the sight of what used to be such an obstacle hurdled so easily now. But you continue. No more flashes of the past spark before your eyes, your soul far too tired for that. But as you step through the threshold and into one of your fondest places, you see all around you the remnants of the large and grand tower that once was the great library of your house. You see the center pillar, well, the bottom of it, covered in ash, the diameter well over 20 feet. You see the surrounding wall, evidence of golden brown bookshelves still clinging to the decrepit stone of the tower. You look around and see the beams, the shingles, the stone, and the ash, all within the tower that stretched many tens of feet into the air and spanned many dozens in diameter. A place you spent much of your time within. But as this existed at the back of the manor, you see the northern acres of the estate through the rubble and a massive tree that didn't used to be there, stretching out from where you remember the Grenmorian gardens once stood.
There's a tree there now?
It looks far in the back,
Oh, okay.
past the estate,
Okay.
in the gardens. Wow.
Did we follow him there?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I suggest starting to look here would be
All right.
a good place to start.
You alright? Do you need a moment?
I don't think there's enough time in the world.
Yeah, makes sense.
This was powerful magic.
Do you want to see each covered area? How do you
I didn't care just
All right.
want?
What, do you have anything to go off of? You said something about a riddle.
Yes, there was something my father used to always tell me about the hidden circle. I always thought it was just some.
I thought you said something about your mother.
Yes, it has to do with her.
Oh.
It was a riddle about a hidden circle. I never really understood, but the riddle that was in my mother's book was under the final circle it rests.
Okay.
Which I don't know if that helps at all, but
Well, let us begin to search.
this pillar here used to hold all my father's designs for his various magical artifacts. Just to reach.
You clink, right? So
Yes.
Well,
I'll keep an eye out for anything that looks similar. Or I think will help.
I don't think that it would be scattered upon the ground. We will search. You,
Anything that looks odd and circular, I guess. I don't know.
Your family's insignia, is there anything on your sword? Your shield?
Yes.
Okay.
The 6 circles in a hexagon. My
Okay.
father said the 7th circle was the one that connects them all, and maybe that's the final circle. I don't know.
all
I
right.
never really knew.
Well, we shall look around.
Looking for hexagons.
I'm sorry. Oh, sorry. This looks odd.
We've all seen this or worse.
Yes, but that does not make it any less bad. Feel it.
And we will find what has been left for you.
Let us search, shall we? All right, everyone roll investigation checks.
+0.
Give myself a flash of genius.
Humphrey's finding it.
I roll a natural 20, but... Is that a natty 1? Nice.
Are you
Okay.
kidding?
No, that makes sense. Like
Yeah.
in the moment, yeah. He is not... What did you roll, Nossew?
5.
Okay.
11.
Investigation.
Humphrey rolled a non-natural 20. So,
Okay.
you search the library for anything of use. Osiren,
It's a 19 with a natural 20. I mean a 19 with a natural 1. I'm sorry.
you rolled a 19.
With a natural 1.
But it's a natural
it's a
one, so you
natural one.
automatically
I just wanted to
That's
try.
crazy. That's absolutely fucking insane.
How do you have plus 18?
Flash of genius.
Flash of Genius.
Flash of Genius is how much again?
+5.
Plus 5, so you have
Plus 13.
13 to invest. Jesus Christ. Yeah, you really need a natural one not to find anything.
What the
Jeez.
fuck?
Okay. You search the library for anything of use. Osiren and Nossew thinking of other things.
I'm gonna be talking to myself, saying like, or like talking to my younger self, promising my younger self that I'm going to find the people who did this.
Okay. So, you search for anything that calls to your attention. You search through much of the rubble, seeing nothing of use. Any book burned to ash, any room scorched long ago, and most of the stone long crumbled back to the soil. You find nothing except the remnants of the Grenmore symbol that spans along the entirety of the floor, inlaid within the wood.
Okay. That's something, though.
That's what you find.
Yeah. So we find the Grenmore symbol in the floor.
Yeah, each circle very large around this entire massive tower that once was a library on the ground.
I'm playing a flat intelligence character, so I'm gonna roll and see if I. Nope. I will not do the idea I have.
Well, that's all I found. That's the only symbol I could find was on the ground. And that required pushing some rubble out of the way. You're welcome for using manual labor.
And
Yes.
no artifacts, weapons, items like that.
Nothing. This place has been picked clean. Some scavenger seems to have gotten to it.
Gotten rich off of it, I'm sure.
Hopefully, as the least he could do if he was selling it for scraps, that would be worse, right? At least your shit is worth a lot of money.
It's a testament to my father, not his.
Mercantile skills, I understand. But still, means that your work is regal. Not as regal as Regalius wine, but it's not the time. Nossew, you're not doing anything.
Final circle.
Yes.
What's going on? You're usually so spicy.
It just didn't turn up anything, like you said. There's not much here. How is the Grenmore symbol oriented?
It is circles
Mm-hmm.
that make up a hexagon surrounding the center pillar. You see 6 circles
All right.
around it.
It surrounds the central pillar.
That could possibly be the final circle. Can I investigate the pillar itself, or does that roll like my roll?
That rolls your roll. You would have investigated the pillar. And Humphrey, with his investigation, who was quite thorough, didn't turn up anything on the pillar as either.
Maybe we draw a 7th circle, encompassing all the other circles.
It's possible. What was where? Sure, yeah. Let us draw the circle, I guess, around the center one. Draw it? With what? Chalk?
Chalk,
I
salt.
can scratch the floor with my sword, but
Well, you said that is the point that your father, the riddle, that's where they all intersect, is the final circle.
I mean that's what I thought, but I really never understood it. It was just he was eccentric. He said weird things sometimes. Artistic type.
Well, if we're going to draw on the floor, then maybe if we connect the dots instead of drawing a circle.
Connect the dots.
What did your father say exactly to you? Perhaps he was, I don't know. If your father was eccentric, or if there is something hidden down there, wouldn't they want you to know at some point?
I guess. And they were very. They had their secrets, but I was a child.
Of course. I'm just trying to get down to the bottom of it.
Is it fine if I?
Bring up your backstory?
Yeah,
Yes,
so I
of
can
course.
read exactly
Of course, yeah. You would remember this,
Okay.
I'd say.
true beauty is the hidden cipher. It's seen yet unseen, known yet unknowable. The seventh circle.
All right. And that's all. That's
The
all.
empty space. We seek to fill the absence.
Okay. Was he doing anything when he told you this?
Well, he would inlay this in all of the artifacts they made.
All right.
He kind of trekked his finger across through the center of each circle. So maybe we should connect them.
Be the same.
Okay.
Or just travel through them.
Maybe
just
you
walk
should.
around. Yeah.
Maybe it's like a
Yes,
Grenmore thing.
I will stand back.
I will do the same. I don't want to mess up the puzzle or something.
You do what you need to do.
I'll try and I'll walk.
Bahamas feet.
What is it? Have you always said Muhammad all the time? Or is
Yes, what is with Bahamut?
It's just.
You are from Tristwall.
I have a famous saying. Infamous, really. You want to know it? You want to hear it?
No.
It's quite simple. Fuck Bahamut.
Not the time.
Oh, yes, sorry.
Just curious.
Fuck Bahamut. Nossew. Nossew. Shh.
I'm gonna start walking.
Okay. Okay, so what are you doing?
I'm gonna start at the top and make my way around counterclockwise.
You're walking
Just
through it?
walking through
Okay.
the center of each circle.
Okay, so you walk through.
Lingering at each one.
So you linger. You see the circles in golden brown wood, inlaid within the darker wood of the tower. Each circle many feet in diameter, and bringing a cascade of memories flooding to you. You walk through all of them. You hear the crunch of the burnt wood and the shattered glass. Slowly walking through each. Nothing happens.
Are they all cleared from rubble?
No, they are not.
I'm gonna do that as well.
Okay, so you clear all the
Spend
rubble.
some time doing that.
Okay, Humphrey
Oh,
will help with
yeah,
that, yeah.
I'll-
Yeah.
I will do that too.
Well, that didn't work. So
Well, we have plenty of time. It is midday.
I'll try to connect the circles this time.
Okay, so what are you doing?
I don't want to mess up the circles. Yes, I do. I don't care. I'm gonna take the sword and no, I'm gonna take my. I'll take the sword and kind of try to connect the centers of each circle.
Okay, so you begin to try and carve into the wood, but no scratch is made, and you see that the entire floor is devoid of any damage at all. But as you connect the center of each of them, no damage and nothing happens.
That's odd.
Yes, there's no damage, which can only mean really one thing. It's a very lucky floor.
Okay.
Yes.
It's imbued with magic of some sort.
Oh,
Is that how magic things work? They just don't get messed up.
Not as easily.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
This is a very specific kind of magic abjuration, right?
no, any magic can be non-damaged. If it is imbued in an object, the magic is more powerful than mortal blades.
Well, you know a lot about magic.
Oh, okay.
Of course. I pulled that all out of my ass. Every bit.
You didn't have to tell me. I would have believed you.
I'm honest.
After you, like, okay, thanks. I don't know, Sam. We don't have anything that makes clear marks.
I don't think it was meant to be marked. Maybe it's something else. What does remember us mean?
I have power.
Perhaps it just means remember them, right? Remember what they did.
Think of your family, and maybe the door will open.
Or maybe what they did to the circles. Do you remember them doing anything to your symbol? You said something about tracing, yes?
Yes, the finger, but I mean, I could try that.
What did they do exactly? You said tracing, so they connected each of the symbols.
Yes,
Okay.
with the
Interesting.
finger.
Well, but so it said that that's when they all intersect. If no,
Who
I'm gonna
knows?
I'll draw the hexagon then.
Okay, so you try that.
The whole floor is magical, so
Mhm.
the whole floor can't be marked by this.
You see no bit of the floor that has even been scratched or scorched, which is a stark difference between the rest. You see massive stone bricks, hunks of support beams that had fallen on it. Not a single splinter.
How many people in your family?
Well, there's me, Winter, Mother, Malin, my father, Varun, and Lyron.
Who's Lyron?
He's my caretaker.
Oh, you had a butler.
Caretaker.
Nice.
More of a family friend.
Rich like me. Haha. See, me and him, kindred spirits. You're poor.
You're
You have-
poor now.
Hey, listen to me. Don't bite back, all right? Just because you're in a corner doesn't mean that you need to lash out, all right? My father is dead. Because of Dagger Morris. That blue bastard.
Yeah, all three of our families are dead, okay?
I was tortured in Scarf Cruel for months.
This is the one violin he keeps wearing out.
that
Tell
is
you
an
about.
awful story. Why are you mocking that? The Scar of Cruel. I didn't
Because
even
he is
heard of
villainous.
that.
Perhaps you sleep with me tonight for the night mass.
Really, in here, right now? You doing this?
This is in my family's estate, and I gave my condolences to Osiren. I will pay my respects through the god of lust. What say you?
Humphrey, with all due respect.
Okay. Say no more. I do not want to hear a no or a yes. I want to live in that gray in between. I like the thrill of the chase, much like a lion. Like prey.
Did you figure it out yet? Please tell me
You do
figured
think
it
I'm
out.
prey?
No, I like to chase prey.
Please, dear Bob.
So yes, you are. The only loins I eat are that of the woman. And they are very tender.
I am going to shoot myself.
You are a
Do not, Nossew,
little human.
for I have use for you. You will help me kill Dagger Morris' skull.
Oh, I'm so glad that my life is now marked by the functionality I serve to Humphrey.
I'm a utilitarian,
Uh,
and your ends justify my means.
I'm going.
I'm gonna try and trace my finger.
Where are you going? Where are you
I'm gonna
tracing it from?
Trace my finger along the circle again.
So you're tracing from the center to another circle to another circle to
Yes.
another. Okay. With your finger?
With my finger across, and I'll try to think of mother, father, my sister, and then Lyron
Okay.
as I go.
Nothing happens.
You have rope, right?
A gift. Oh, what? Rope? Don't hang yourself. That's what you were thinking of, right?
Wouldn't it be a spectacle, Humphrey?
I'm not cruel like you. I wish not to see your
No.
body hanging from the rafters. Morbid. You are morbid. Shame on you. I'm a Regalius.
I don't know. Pretty cruel to not kill Dagger Morris when you asked for it.
Hey, whoa. You're skating on thin ice, red man. Just because you look like a cherry tomato doesn't make you any less poppable as a cherry tomato. Small and shiny.
Am I just food to you?
You look
That's
like
it.
a lot
I'm
of them.
just food.
A beet? Yes. A bell pepper? Spicy.
Right, you said that
Salmon.
one. Right.
The fish.
What? Oh. Yes.
Red?
No. The lure. You look like a lure. And,
No, he looks like the flesh of a fish.
Yeah, is that red?
It's
what?
a pinkish. Like a red pink. You are a red
It's
pink.
pink.
You are a
He
some
is
fish
not
is
pink.
red like a tuna.
You specifically said salmon.
Salmon is like an orange, I suppose.
Listen. Just because you look like foods doesn't mean that you need to lash out again.
Well, sir, is there anything we can help you with, or are we providing you with white noise? Does that help you?
Yes, that's all I'm here for.
We
What
all
am
know
I?
this, Humphrey. We
Rope
know.
is at least physical. We can try to.
Connected via rope.
But
Why would they make
realistically,
such a
Yeah, it seems.
derivative?
If they knew about this door, wouldn't they? Like, what would
Rope's
they have
amazing.
done to open it?
Yes. Rope is nice.
You would have noticed if they had like rope connecting the dots in order to open something.
That doesn't really seem like my mother's style.
Yes.
Who made rope? How is it made? Little strings tied to make a big
Humphrey.
one. What?
Refocus.
Rope is interesting. It's one of those things we take for granted.
We can think about it later.
Just like a toilet. When you're out in the wild, is there anything you think of more than a toilet?
No. Mm-mm.
Exactly. You're taking a shit.
Is there something special maybe that your parents had, like a key?
Teepee. Tissue paper.
A key?
No key.
It seems like knowledge is the key. Saying remember us. What's us as in?
Or perhaps
family?
remember us is just simply remember us.
Go home.
Yes, right?
Does that mean that? Of course, that means that they knew that they were going to die, or that they were in trouble or something.
We look up. There's no
Roof up
there's no
ahead.
roof.
Yeah, I thought of that.
It's gone. Well,
But it's interesting then if they knew that they were going to die and that they left the key to you, a riddle.
Yes, that is the key. There's no physical key, I don't think.
No, I know. I just mean it's odd that they knew they were going to die enough to make out the riddle and hope that you found it.
well, perhaps they made the riddle before they died, or they knew, and they just were going to give it to him later.
Well,
This is
maybe.
the way you walk.
But
You walk
remember
on,
us
you go,
seems
you know.
kind of like a we are going to die.
That is true. But perhaps it was,
I'm
I
sure
don't know.
Their jobs, I'm not quite sure what they did, but they did a lot of investigative work.
Hmm.
Delving and adventuring in places that are very obscene.
Oh my gosh. More archaeologists.
Somewhat.
It's all archaeologists.
Or another archaeologist.
Discovery and invention go hand in hand.
You remember that one archaeologist that Vivian was always talking about, yes?
Vaguely?
His name was Hector.
You motherfucker. You dirty little whore. You dirty little slut. I'm so mad.
Right, Hector.
Yes, well, she was always going on about him.
You know, he told me
In
he
between.
wasn't an archaeologist.
Really? I never met him.
Told me he's a grave robber.
It's frequent.
What? You met him?
We traveled with
Oh boy, I bet you never heard the end of it. You were right next to him. Were you always hearing, "Look, my archaeologist"?
What?
him. Yes, that's actually exactly how he sounded. I am so
No,
shocked.
I was
He came
Vivian.
up with such
That
an
was
accurate
Vivian.
representation.
You want to hear you?
No good.
Yeah. I'm Nossew William. I root the gun. That sound good. Like you. Yes.
Aw, You didn't call yourself red.
Ah, shoot. Alright. Yes. Yes, thank you. I am above that.
The fellow would also trace them in
Ladies
gold.
and gentlemen.
Oh, well, these are inlaid in gold. I mean, well, golden wood, yes?
I don't know if more gold is necessary.
Well, I have enough here. And I want to put a piece of gold at the center of each circle.
Okay. We'll put 'em- Doesn't do anything. Why would... Okay. Coins in the center? Your family does seem a bit gaudy from the architecture. But I doubt gold coins would open something. What are they, a dragon?
What was the riddle again?
Under the final circle address.
And the one your father said to you.
Oh. Each circle hints at the next as if they all held some idea of motion, some progression through time. He would say they were elegant, stillness and motion, and he would trace his finger across it. The beauty is the hidden cipher. It is seen yet unseen, known yet unknowable. The empty space we seek to fill.
What? Yes, I do not know.
What's
In the absence.
what's a cipher?
It has multiple meanings.
He does not know what a cipher is.
I don't know what the cipher is.
It's a word. It's
Yes,
a word
well,
that's.
you're from Voss.
It's a word that indicates the completion of a cycle.
A cycle, so like a circle.
Yes, like a circle.
What if you just spin in a circle in each circle as you
Oh.
go around?
You did not. You did not just suggest he spin in a circle. In the circles.
He has a good instinct that there's something
Go-
about motion, and there's
Oh.
a center point.
What did you do
Cyc-
before this?
cyclical
What job did you have?
Well, not one that caused me to.
What
study
did you do?
circles.
Please tell me.
Sold meat.
You sold meat? You're lying through your fucking teeth. What did you do? I want to know so badly.
You sold meat, I told you.
Oh, Siren, what did he do? I know he told you.
Actually, something nefarious.
Oh, nefarious.
It was illegal meat.
It was illegal meat.
So sorry.
Drugs.
I left out that.
You sold drugs. Yes.
Yeah.
Mm.
Illegal meat with drugs in it. Good job. You figured it out.
You know, drugs are much better than meat. Why wouldn't you claim so proudly selling drugs?
You should own it, Nossew. It's not bad.
What? That I just sold regular meat?
Oh, this is an innuendo. Yes.
You were slinging meat.
Yes. Slinging his shrimpy meat.
On the sacred ground of his family, we
No.
talk about slinging
Oh.
meat.
Sacred
These aren't their
ground.
corpses. They're not resting until I finish what I need.
Does seem to be a bit
Oh,
disrespectful.
that is dark. Anyway,
What was this
Del,
about?
please,
The road?
please. I think that the more disrespectful thing would be to spin like an idiot in front in the library of his
Makes
father.
sense
But
to
if he
me.
mentioned motion, there is something
Imagine,
to that. A
imagine.
central,
Motion.
the one that connects them all is.
cyclicality.
Empty space we seek to fill.
Imagine this. Oh,
Humphrey.
spinning. Right.
You have a quick wit. Why don't you put that energy toward helping us solve the puzzle
I
instead
have.
of belittling
I've
Nossew?
come up with many things. I helped move things. The
And now
disrespect.
you
don't
take a
have
wonderful
6.
long break to teach
I
Nossew.
deserve
In
it.
the circle.
To fill the circle.
What are you saying now? I'm bored of her.
It's well, the idea of this, the empty space we seek to fill.
Maybe you. I don't know. It is a cycle, yes?
Yes.
I don't know. Circles.
Circles, definitely circles.
There are circles here. Maybe you do not need to create a new one. I don't know. Silly.
Can I grab the central pillar?
It's just the foundations of it.
Oh. Can I try and spin it though?
It's about 20 feet in diameter.
I am a strong lion.
You can't spin it.
What if I go?
Sure, you try. Nothing happens.
All right, well, worth a try.
Interesting. She tried to push the center pillar.
In a circle.
We have
In circles.
spinning and pushing. Truly a fighter
Now,
and a fighter.
now you just need a shitty idea.
And we have a
Let's go.
bard
Come on.
who sits back and mocks everybody and does
Yeah,
nothing else.
where's your shitty idea?
6
Come on.
circles.
If I sat back and did nothing, I might as well be a leanin' throughout history, am I right?
Ah, the human claims to know anything about history.
Oh, that hurts. That wounds me. Truly it does.
Yes, well.
Yes,
to
well,
prove
at
to
least-
you that we did plenty.
Well,
At least I
maybe
don't have to lick
really
my
big hairballs?
balls. What? Hairballs, yes, thank you. Yes,
We
yes.
did our fair share against me and off.
Who the fuck? I have no idea who that is.
No.
Who
That sounds made
cares?
up.
Yes, it sounds made up. Meand.
It is not.
It's meandering.
Cat story.
Yes, cat stories while drinking
Tall
her milk.
tale.
Yes, tall tales. Yes, 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 yes.
I feel good having remedied temporarily the rift between them. That
There
they can
is-
unify to
there is
make
not
fun
a
of me
rift.
this time.
This is how I speak to everyone I meet. Children on the street? Fuck you, kid. I'm better than you. I smell of roses when I shit and you smell of vomit.
Is there
I say to
somebody
the
who
8-year-old.
is better than you?
Absolutely not.
This is how
Well,
I
that
speak.
seems to be very lonely, actually.
This is
No.
how I speak to cats.
It is not.
Nossew, if you say one more thing about me being a cat, I will
Is the
bite
pillar
you.
solid?
Like
No,
a cat.
it is.
Yes,
Well, it once
like a lion
was
does.
stone,
Oh, okay.
but it
And
is
I'm just
now
gonna grin.
toppled. Some of it long fallen to the
Keep
side.
saying the
But the
same
stump
words.
is solid.
I get it that everyone makes fun of you for being red and stumpy,
If I stand
but do
on-
not make fun of me because I am a beautiful cat.
Okay.
If I stand on top of the stone,
I was
Stand up
raised
to-
by a god.
and there are 6
You're just a
circles
cat.
around
Good
me.
for you. Would you like to see my tribe? Haha, we would step on you.
Tribe? I thought you lived in Voss.
Yes.
You're not tribal.
Aren't Lean and Tribal? Aren't
Wow.
Lean and Tribal? The Thunderheart
Wow.
tribe! The Thunderheart
Species,
tribe!
wow.
The
Yeah.
Thunderheart tribe!
Yeah.
Thunderheart tribe isn't the Leonin.
But what are they?
They're Goliaths.
Ah, fuck. This whole time I'm like, Thunderheart tribe. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo.
Thunderheart tribe is half orcs and
Wow,
Goliaths.
animal species? They're savage.
Yeah,
Way to
wow.
go.
Wow, lions?
Lions have a pride. They have a group of. What the fuck?
Tribe
Right.
does not mean savage.
Yeah. Yeah, obviously.
Anyway, what the fuck is up with Voss then?
Voss is a city-state. It's like it's
I'm
a
Sparta.
city. Yes.
My people.
Oh my god.
My not people. My fellow large cats. I don't know. I don't fucking know.
What are the circles in the ground like made of? Like
Wood.
how are they?
Inlaid into other wood, seamlessly.
Oh, okay. Okay. Can you like put pressure on and attempt to like spin it?
You can try.
I attempt to do that.
Does not work.
Doesn't work. Okay. That's not free movement. Oh no. Circles,
Like being
motion,
stupid.
fill in spaces,
There's no pressure.
Can I
seen and unseen, known and unknown.
can I try to firebolt each one of them?
Sparks fly. Nothing happened.
My
That was eventful.
my middle name is Eldir, which means fire.
Oh.
Do something.
Wait,
I'm going to sit over here.
Do you think it has something to do with elements? Is that what you're saying?
Well, my mother's middle name means water, and my father's middle name means stone. So.
what about it?
And
Your,
fire.
Your sister.
Sister's name, oh, her middle name is Winter. Her first name is Lai, but I don't know. I thought I'd try.
Wait, so you have stone, water, fire, ice. What are the other two? Lightning?
Nope.
It doesn't work. I just tried fire.
Well, what if you need a different element for each circle?
I tried every circle.
With if they all need to be there at once.
Big brain.
That would be impossible for me to do alone.
And you can't do magic?
I can if you hit me.
No. Well, Siren, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm pretty bored right now. Does your family have a game room? Perhaps some pool? Darts?
We actually did, yes.
Is it still standing, you think? Maybe the man who burnt down your house had a sense of humor and left the game room.
I hope he does.
I would advise against wandering off on your own
I wouldn't.
in the midst of rubble.
I
We know
would-
you would not,
You can
Nossew.
go.
It does not
okay.
contribute to the point.
He can go.
Meatos
Please.
walks off.
Anything, just shout.
Yes, all right. And walks off into the rumble.
Well, Siren, the company you keep is insufferable.
So am I.
No,
Mm-hmm.
Not really.
No.
You haven't seen me on a bad day.
you on a bad day is manageable.
When do you have a bad day?
I'm saving them all for the right person.
Ah, I like the sound of that.
So good.
That's so quiet now that Humphrey's gone.
I'm at a loss. I guess I'm not.
I
You know, if Winter was here, she would
Mm.
figure it out immediately. She was a little smarter than I was.
About 10 minutes goes by. Humphrey comes back. No game room.
Anything
Siren,
interesting?
your house is so big. How is it all burned to the ground? Every inch is scorched. Jeez.
Wow, it's almost like fire is expansive.
Misfortune.
You know what else is expansive? My penis. Yes, I know. Hilarious.
You're so funny, Humphrey.
I know. But it's better to be funny than funny looking like you.
Maybe, is there something to do with the empty space between the circles?
Between the circles. That's why I was trying to connect them.
No, between. So there's like 1, 2, 3, 4, but there's like 1, 2. What about here? I don't know.
You connected the circles to the pillar.
Oh, but how do we can't mark the floor.
We just don't have anything to mark the floor. We have chalk or ink.
That I sincerely doubt such a opulent house such as this would make a key that required you to roll chalk on the floor, Nossew. Maybe in the, dumpster you were born in, but not here.
Mother probably wouldn't have approved of that.
Oh, it's so funny how someone born out of the dumpster just fall back in.
They don't move, do they? No, they can't. I'm going crazy.
Well, they might. Your
Dumpster. I
father
fall
said
back
something
into
about
the dumpster.
motion.
But how was I falling? How am I
I think
falling
there's
back
something
in
there.
if I was never in it to
My
begin
mind
with?
keeps thinking of a
Dumpster
wheel.
now, that's all
I'm in the dumpster now.
Yeah.
The one that connects everything.
Yes.
Am I in the dumpster
You know,
You're in the
because
The
I'm
center
poor or
point
because you're
of a
here?
wheel.
Oh,
Be a funny shape
isn't
wheel,
that a
though.
predicament,
Exactly.
Nossew?
If I pulled you into the dumpster,
I don't know how they would
That's
move,
all.
but he talked about
Alright.
the motion of it.
Well, at least you know that I'm here because of you.
Oh yeah, it obviously wasn't your own actions.
How?
Couldn't have been.
Yes, because it's my fault my father went missing and I went to search for him, right? You're red. Anyway,
So good every time.
every time,
It is
time.
pretty funny every time.
You know why it's funny? Because you're red. What is their key, Osiren?
That's a great question.
They left it for you. You must know something. Just try shit. Just do things.
Did you
Try and,
want it
like,
the other
twist.
way around like I said so?
Oh
Can
my
I-
gosh.
Can I try and twist one of the circles on the wood?
You tried
I
pushing.
tried.
And as you do that, after he saw Nossew do it. Oh, okay.
My tail's just wagging.
Yeah.
No, not that.
Mm. Mm-mm.
See, I knew that because I tried it earlier.
Well, you pushed. I just wanted to see if I could just spin it a little bit.
That's why I was.
Yes,
I
indeed.
see the pillar already.
Yes. Stood on the pillar that once shot up to the sky. Why would you need to sit on the pillar?
I did it for a good view.
Oh.
Humphrey,
Yes.
you're not giving us any ideas, so hush.
I don't have any ideas.
You can participate with ideas and not naysaying everything else.
It is always so quiet without me.
Spinning the circle still stands.
Oh, please do not.
I'm embarrassing myself in front of my family.
Pride what little he has left. And you want him to twirl it out of himself?
Yeah.
Why don't you do it?
Was
No.
there any specific order
I do
your
it.
father?
You do it. So you see Nossew
Family?
twirling in the symbol of your family. Beautiful. Like a ballerina.
No, there's no specific order.
Or maybe, I feel like if you get a pen and paper or something and you just connect with one line, all of the dots
Oh.
together.
Maybe it is not about connecting them. Perhaps they are individually
What's the
circles, yes?
hold on.
They are individually circles.
Yes.
They are circles. There's a circle. There's a hexagon together.
Perhaps it does not matter if they connect.
You know, question. What's the shape of the room that we're in?
A hexagon. A large hexagonal
A large
tower.
hexagon. Okay.
Yes, I don't know.
Yeah, they don't have to connect. Seen, unseen, known, yet unknown. Final circle.
It just makes sense if it's a one big circle that encompasses them all. Then that circle space is filled with them all, right? Filling spaces. See, that circle's not here right now, but we can understand it, seen and unseen.
Yes. That knowledge doesn't.
Hey.
I've tried going through them all. Same circle at the center. I'll try and so if I go to the pillar and walk around, does that do anything?
No. Does not seem to do anything.
Can I investigate the pillar again at all?
Sure, make an investigation check.
19.
Nothing but the center pillar is of use. I'm dangerously close to just. Checking a nap.
Oh, sorry, I don't see so.
Perhaps a cat's nap.
There's a seventh circle.
Come
So you just gonna lick yourself the whole time?
Oh, that was a good addition, yes.
No, I'm actually asking. Are you gonna lick yourself the whole time?
Would you like me to?
I'll get back to it, man.
I'm finally starting to wear him down. He is participating. Oh, I will not lick myself up and down. No siren song.
Buddy, I think is there anywhere else to search, like off the estate?
Do whatever you like.
I'm gonna go.
Don't do that. Did you not hear his tone?
Check the outskirts. Of
For what?
I don't know. Maybe there's.
Are you not hearing his tone, Nossew? Maybe you're the person he's saving it for if you step out of line. He'll put on that mask again.
You talking about the mask?
He wore it for a month and he did not speak more than 2 words when we were traveling here.
Okay.
I don't want the silent treatment again. I don't want to be put in the proverbial corner, alone in the darkness as he stares at me. It's not a good feeling.
You cannot operate without being seen, can you?
I'm gonna go check the gardens.
It is impossible. I'm a Regalius. I'm always seen. Okay, so you dip behind. So, You climb over what remains of the back wall of the manor to find the overgrown croplands that stretch out into the northern acres. You see, between what were very neat crops, greenhouses built for more picky fruits and vegetables. The glass long fogged and filled with dead plant grime. However, one of them, not too far away, appears to have been torn open by a massive fern of some sort that has grown at least 20 feet tall into the air with stalks as thick as oaks, the leaves brimming with green and fuzz as a fern's might.
Sorry, the fern is growing out of what again?
The remnants of a greenhouse.
Okay, yeah. Does it look like natural growth?
You've never seen a fern grow that large in your life.
Okay. Are you telling me that it does seem abnormal?
It seems abnormal in its size, but everything anatomically about the fern, except for it being larger, looks exactly the same.
Does it look like there was something of the arcane that interfered?
You have no idea. You have no way to know.
Fine. I just want to investigate the greenhouse.
Okay,
area.
so investigate. Make an investigation check. 13. Okay. You find a lot of weeds, a couple edible plants. You see some spinach growing quite furtively underneath the shadow of the fern. You see tomatoes still making their vines along the cracked glass, now smoothed by time. And you see a gargantuan fern sprawling above you as if it were a tree.
And climb up the fern.
Climb up. You feel
Nossew
the
and beanstalk.
the large fuzz, each fuzz about this thick. You climb up it, and you sit upon it, and you see the entire state rubble, and you see the three, Humphrey, Mitos, and Osiren, still in the library, in the Grand Veyroon Library. You're up on a hill, and you see the entire acreage of the estate speckled with more hemlock trees, hills. You see the scars within the grass, and about a mile out from you in every direction, you see the stone fence peeking out every once in a while, oblong and imperfect circle around the estate.
Can I make a perception check or anything I can see my help?
Yeah, make a perception check.
Yeah, baby. Oh. 21.
Okay. You don't see anything really. You see an owl, not a giant owl. As it up above, flying, gray, seems to have a mouse in its clutches.
I'll stay here for a bit.
Okay. Siren, just start trying things. I don't know. Doesn't matter. Yes.
Right.
If you think of it, just do it.
Sure, I haven't been berated by you yet.
No. Has not. Kept my
Empty
cool.
space we seek to fill. I tried fire.
An empty space. Don't know. Maybe they're trying to have you know what that empty space is. Do you think? Maybe if you determine what the empty space is between them. I mean, it is a circle, right? So there's empty space between them.
In the circle and between
Okay.
the circles.
So maybe I don't know.
I don't think. Maybe if we filled each circle with some rubble or something.
Oh, please. Now you sound like Nossew.
Yeah, it's going to get more and more.
They needed to.
stupid.
Okay.
I
They
if the
needed
bubble
to
just
do
fell
this.
on the circles, then we'd activate them.
Exactly.
Which would make sense, but that was something I had to say aloud.
They needed to be able to do this without any danger to your father's tombs and blueprints.
Right.
And they needed to do it with ease because they wanted to get in there, right? But they wanted it to be difficult, obviously, abjuration magic and all that.
Fill the space between. Well, no, if we fill the space between the circles, it'll be the same as connecting the circles. Something.
Maybe the circles are individual. Maybe they connect themselves. Maybe you need to do something with each individual circle. Yes?
Fill the space in each individual circle?
I think filling... I don't know. I don't think that they would fill anything into them. Right? Seems stupid. In my opinion, is a stupid key.
Can I try and like just draw some shapes on an individual circle? Like draw like the points of the hexagon?
Does nothing.
Draw it on the like inside the circle?
Does nothing.
Yeah.
Just poke the center of the circle?
Does nothing.
What if I trace the circle with my finger?
So you're tracing the inside of the circle?
Yeah.
Okay.
Nice, finally.
You begin to run your hands.
Fucking finally.
Begin to run your hands along the inner edges of each of the circles, feeling your father's hand guide you for a split second just as you begin. You feel a tingling sensation as your hand glides along the entirely untouched wood, feeling the smooth grain of it mixed with a strange sensation that drives up into your phalanges. As your fingers finish tracing the first circle, the golden wood begins to swirl within, like liquid gold, and lighting up brightly, as if each droplet were set alight by a calm fire. You then move to the next one, doing the same, then the next, and the next, until you finally reach the center circle. You look around the large tower floor, 6 circles flowing around it and illuminating the crisp air in a golden hue that brings but a bit of life to the ruins and reinvigorates that same childlike feeling you once had as you watched your father place yet another tome upon the shelves. You see, within the other 6, a thin gold line begin to trace beneath them all, creating a final 7th circle surrounding the inner tower. You see this from the fern. You going down?
No, I said on the front.
Okay.
Yeah.
You begin to trace that final 7th circle with the tip of your finger. Butterflies fluttering within your belly as you do so. Your finger flicks upward into the air as it glides along the last inch of the circle. The golden circles burn twice as bright, spinning rapidly now. The liquid golden wood now actually splashing up onto the rest of the wood, only to dissipate into a creamy, thick smoke. The ground begins to tremble slightly, and the wood beneath your feet along the inner tower begins to fall. You feel a dropping sensation in your belly as the wood shifts rapidly underneath you, and you see the wood drop rapidly consecutively around the center tower, creating a new flight of stairs that twists down into the depths below Grenmore Manor. You all fall against the cobbled stone walls that line the newly found stairwell, the magical steps plummeting much further down than you would have anticipated, the liquid gold wood spilling out from each of them, creating new, glowing amber-like steps that illuminate the spiraling path downward.
That did it.
Oh, that's quite the door. Ha! Yes, that is what I expected. No stupid twirling. Simply. Oh, it is eloquent, yes?
So obvious. Yeah.
Where's Nossew? Nossew! He sort of yells out to you. You hear it echo.
Oh, did he get attacked?
Did he say anything?
No.
Okay. Okay.
I'm
We have
not
to look
waiting
for
any
him.
longer.
Do we have to look for him?
I don't care.
I'm going to shout.
Nossew, we're going down the stairs.
Fucking come with us!
Please. Please come with us, Nossew. I'll give you
A foot massage.
I'll give you a foot massage. 2 foot massages, please. Your siren is looking at me strangely.
A head massage. Touch his horns.
No. Okay, well, he's either dead or he's ignoring me, and both of which make me very mad.
I'm gonna shout one more time.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, he's dead.
Don't get away from him. There's
Yes,
nothing
all right, then let's go.
dangerous down there, I don't think. That's...
If there's a gun down there, it is mine.
I'm gonna leave out like half of the remainder of a really stale scone on
Okay.
a tiny piece of bread at the door, and then go down.
At the top of the stairs?
Yeah, at the top of the stairs.
Okay, so you guys going down?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
You trek downward.
Why?
You trek downward into the newly found depths, lit well by the magically infused steps beneath your feet that give off a gentle amber glow, somewhat like molten glass cooling in the winter winds. You take it slow, all of you anxious now, anxious of what you might find. It takes you a while, but eventually you see the bottom, and with it, the entrance to a small hall, an archway telling you as much. The archway is lined with stone carvings of ribbons and wind blowing life into them and out of the stone, held down at certain points and billowing out in others. The hall is dark, no light streaming from it, an absolute pitch blackness. You continue down.
I'm going to... Well, first I want to listen out for anything.
Perception check.
26.
26. You hear nothing.
Then I'm going to use my... I'm going to use my blade to cast light.
Okay, you. Is it snuffs? Oh,
That's
was useless.
odd.
Did something do that?
It wasn't me. It was just
magic dysfunction.
the magic imbued in this place.
Okay. What do we do?
Tread carefully.
I think I have cat dark vision. Does my dark vision?
No,
work?
you cannot see through it.
What about my goggles?
Do I have dark vision?
You cannot see through it.
That's terrifying. I guess it was always like this.
It doesn't look like it's been touched for quite some time.
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, it is dark. We'll know.
I would think that if your family was powerful enough to create such a strong enchantment on the floor, then they would enchant it so only your blood could do it, correct?
There's a lot of things I don't know.
I see that.
Well, then we are lucky to be here.
Exactly.
Yes, you get to see the magnificence of the Grenmores. What we're capable of.
After you take your first steps, though.
I'm
Yes.
stalling. Can't you tell?
Yes, I can.
Into the darkness.
Okay.
Go.
All right. As you take your first steps within, you hear a subtle roar and crackle just before many dozens of torches explode with light on either side and illuminate the path.
Fancy, come on.
The hall is short but opulent. The edges are gilded magnificently. Within the gold, you see arcane runes etched, lips of it flowing like water upon the stone, and as you walk forward, the runes illuminate, glowing a bright white and blue while simultaneously shifting the color of the flame upon the torches to that of a deep orange with a splash of crimson red. A large painting rests above your heads, encapsulated by the gilded edges of the ceiling like a frame. The painting is a beautiful oil painting depicting a vicious storm of blue, white, glowing algae green, and streaks of crimson within a maelstrom surrounded by crashing tidal waves tipped with frothy white water and made electric by vicious storm clouds above. Within the water, you see a small boat, a meager dinghy, the size of a flea in comparison. But a few humanoid figures stand within, bracing for the storm and not turning away. Along each wall, between each of the torches, you see more busts carved within the stone, and among them, you see your mother and father. Their visages nearly lifelike, a fleeting emotion trapped within their stony expressions. And at the end of the hall, which you approach quickly, you see a door, sparse black iron lattice upon rich, dark wood, each of the double doors adorned with a large iron handle. On either side of the door are two statues, a woman and a strange half-dragon humanoid man. The half-dragon donning a thin, slightly menacing face with razor-sharp teeth protruding from a long snout. The eyes are set within extremely prominent eye sockets that are ridged with small blade-like spines that act somewhat like eyebrows. Above and beyond the head is a mane of silk-like and flowing hair that blows all around the face, much like Midas's does. Directly on top of the meaty, dragon-like head are thick mandible muscles and reindeer-esque horns that protrude like antlers. He wears scraps of what look to have been very ornate armor, but torn to shreds by battle, no doubt, by the damage you see within the stone depiction. Very little iconography can be gleaned, but he looks proud nonetheless. The woman stands just as proudly, her hair kinky but cut extremely close to her scalp. Her face looks scarred, incredibly so, bits of her left cheek missing and her right nostril sporting a thick nick that travels nearly up to the bridge of it.
Cool.
She wears thick linen and leather armor clad in extremely rudimentary chain mail at the joints. Both stand tall, hands closest to the door gripping the corners and looking down right where you stand, just in front of the door.
What? Have I seen anything like that dragon thing ever?
Nope.
You've got half dragon shit going on, brother.
What is this?
Glaucon's your daddy.
Stop. We take that idea, we crumble it up, we throw it in the trash.
You
we
know I
shit
would
on it.
never do that. If you want to make a history check, go ahead.
Flash of genius.
Okay.
That's 2 today.
Okay.
History. Why am I rolling like shit? Fuck me.
Because he's sweating.
I rolled a 16.
16. So you don't know why this person would be here, but it looks reminiscent of what you've read of white dragons.
Oh, shit.
Is that
No, it
white
never
the
does anything
color
with
or
white
white
dragons.
as in, like,
White, the color.
Okay.
The matte white scales. And as you sort of grasp the back of your hair, you see white tips upon them.
and that's white. That's white chromatic.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Again, the rules of my world, chromatic and metallic they do not matter.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I wasn't gonna metagame or anything.
Yeah. Like Missy Andos, for instance, was a blue dragon, which is also chromatic.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah, I didn't. Yeah, okay. Trying to see if I can push open this door.
Okay. You grip the large iron handle, hesitating as you do so for a moment before you thrust your weight into it, swinging it open and revealing what lies inside. You see before you nothing any of you have ever seen before. A room made of off-color, jagged cobblestone, the floor covered with nearly ancient, but still hanging together handmade area rugs, and the air is filled with the scent of old paper, ink, iron, old wood, and magic. You look around at the walls, which are supported by large wooden beams braced with the same black iron you saw upon the door, arcane runes etched within them. Leaning against and hanging from these slightly half-timbered walls, you see rows of carpenter, smithing, sculpting, leatherworking, and tailoring tools. You see chisels, mallets, and brushes strewn about working tables. You see spools of thread hanging from baskets that lean against an old spinning wheel. You see a large furnace with no chimney in sight, An open bed with a circular belly with a little nook carved from the side, coals still burning a bright blue and orange within. You see pokers, smithing hammers, large sledgehammers, handheld bellows, and prongs hung just behind that, as well as leaning upon a large yet simple anvil just next to the furnace. You see thick denim work aprons hanging alongside glass and metal work goggles. On the other side of the room, you see more scrolls, blueprints, notes, books, and tomes alongside inkwells, quills, and gritting. All of it appears to be simultaneously in a state of chaos, but also in a state of order. You can see the ticks of both your father and mother in where the things are placed, how things hang from their hooks, how the quills sit limply along the rim of the inkwells. But what catches your eye the longest period of time is what sits at the back and center of the workshop. Your eyes trail along flowing and quivering bundles of luminescent string that flow from the ceiling just above a large contraption of some sort. You walk closer to whatever this may be, getting a closer look, seeing hundreds, if not thousands, of individual threads coming from above, nearly impeding your view in many places. As you continue, you become surrounded by them. A warmth bathing your body, and a light similar to that of the full moon consuming your vision as your eyes struggle to adjust. You find yourself surrounded by the strange threads, wispy and in the hundreds, all falling from the ceiling like spiderwebs. Looking closer, you see wispy threads falling from the thicker ones, again, like spider's silk almost. Some, though, look to be quite sturdy, bundled together and hanging with less slack, like rope, and others appear to vibrate slightly. You see subtle shifts of the color within each of them, like injection of dye into a cup of milk. You see purple, cerulean blue, stark white, violet, crimson, luminescent algae green, and a deep orange. You begin to see the color more often, the longer you look upon them, seeing a pattern within some, and letting your eyes wander to the ceiling, where you see dozens of people carved into the stone, all of them reaching out with their hands, letting the strings fall from their fingers as if they were puppeting them all. Osiron notices a strange resemblance to each of their faces, though some appear to have scales upon their skin, ridges along their bones, and spines cutting through their flesh, though not in a painful way, somewhat similar to the strange man's statue beside the door. You begin to walk up stairs that lay somewhat hidden amidst the hundreds, many hundreds of strange strings, each of the steps reflecting the light from their polished faces. Not long after your feet fall upon the first step do you reach the top and find where each of these strings end. A loom. A gorgeous and simple loom bathed in the light of all the magnificent threads that flow within it so effortlessly. You see the threads flowing down below the large, dark wooden loom before flowing back underneath it into the lower lamb, then flowing further into the upper lamb and towards the bench, where you can see the threads flow around onto the barder, where the one operating it would work the loom just in front of the sitting bench. Interestingly, unlike other looms, the thread does not persist through the barder. They do not flow through the pall, and no ratchet wheel exists to pull the thread further into it. It simply stops. But you do see what appears to be a book on top of the bench that says, For Osiron and Leia.
Oh. Yeah, I'll pick it up.
Okay. This is what you find.
Oh my god.
Wow.
Oh my goodness.
The final and only picture that you have seen.
Wow. This is really good.
Thanks.
This is really good.
God,
This is really, you did a really good job. Like, this is exactly what I was picturing.
Nice.
Oh my gosh, look at Winter. Siren and Lai. Your father and I struggled with whether or not to document these findings, and we write this knowing full well how dangerous it is, and with no intent to distribute. For we believe them to be, we believe them far too tempting, far too unknown and powerful for anyone to bear witness to such things. In fact, we wish this knowledge had not been bestowed upon even ourselves, for we believe it may lead to our demise. Whether this demise be swift, slow, metaphysical, psychological, or physical, it matters not, for the result will be the same, the abandonment of our children and the destruction of our house. It is with a heavy heart that we regret even the faintest bit of knowledge, for if you have read any of our past works, you will know this is far from the norm, yet we wish nothing else to live in ignorance from this thing. We wish for the endless questions to cease their barrage upon our minds, and we wish for sleep to grip us once more. Though I fear this shall never come to pass, for the ghosts of our imagination run wild with the dreams of reality. Within these writings, we shall detail our discovery of what we have named the soul variable, and what we believe the purpose and ramifications of its existence might be. Nothing shall be left out. Every step of our journey should be detailed in hopes that one with more knowledge or greater understanding of things may happen upon it, in hopes that they may be capable of discerning the truth of things, something we have not yet been able to do. If one of our children is reading this, then one or both of us has died in one way or another. We know this simply because if we were alive, this responsibility would not fall upon either of you, and for that I am so sorry. Winter. Take care of your brother. He is far too sweet to be exposed to the real cruelty of the world. Remind him this sweetness is not a weakness, but a strength, for our world is devoid of such people. Much of the empathy and kindness has been siphoned from this land and replaced with hatred, animosity, and contempt. Our very souls have already wept at the mere thought of the same happening to our baby boy. Oh, Siren, take care of your sister. She will need your steady hands to guide her. You know as well as we do the extent of her tenacity, the extent of her curiosity. She is strong in ways you are not, as you are strong in ways she is not. We are Grenmores together. Okay, well, I suppose we begin by detailing what it is we found. We found an extremely potent planar anomaly. Now, this should not be confused with an arcane anomaly, as I discussed in prior works. The
Differentiation.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Is not due to the planar anomaly not having anything to do with the arcane, though. Quite the opposite. Quite the opposite indeed, for it is the most potent arcane event that I have ever witnessed and will ever witness in my lifetime. We coined the term planar anomaly due to its similarities with the aforementioned arcane anomaly, but also due to a hypothesis created by your father and I, that these are leaks, so to speak, into the different planes of existence, windows, if you will, into the realms of beings such as Mortem, Bahamut, and Hecate. This window, however, seeps energy so robust that it alters the very nature of the things it touches. A power so severe it drove myself and your father to tears the moment we laid our eyes upon it. Through our research after and before the fact, we discovered only 2 instances of events similar to this on record. One was within the forest of Amaron, and overseen by Archdruid Osania Amdaron. Oh, so this is the same guy
Yes.
that...
The same woman that
Yahiro.
was
That
talking
forged
about.
Yahiro's sword. Blessed it.
The forest's namesake, and the druid who is responsible for nearly every druidic art we know today, such as the spell Speak with Animals, and the woman who supposedly smote Acles? Nice. The god of misery and despair from Terradosia and rejuvenated it with her own life force. The second took place north of the temple of... All these names are going to be hard for me. Is Vamel.
Yes,
Nice. We weren't able to discover anything relating to this event, however. Its scope was immense, creating a nearly impassable crater, not due to its width or size, but due to the sheer amount of power that emanates from its surfaces. The one we discovered shared little with that event, though, for simply a stone of some sort, an opal possibly to the naked eye, but so much more to the metaphysical one. Regardless of its size, though, as I mentioned prior, it seemed to alter the very fabric of things around it, as if it were manipulating their structure at a minuscule level imperceptible to the eye. What's more, the altering of their forms was not horrific as one may assume it was, but rather it appeared to uplift everything around it, even giving life to things that would not typically have it. A topic of discussion I will delve deeper into later on within these writings. For now, know this. We know very little of what it is. We have simply put a name to it. This writing is not to inform you on what you are dealing with, but rather explain how we have tried to deal with it and how we came across it. I've written about the plains before in a book titled "The True Power of the Plains," as I know both of you have read. Though I dare say I might have been mistaken in my hypothesis after this discovery. And with that, let us begin. The expedition. This paper's really nice, by the way.
Thanks.
Your father and I, with the assistance of a few barons of Tiliamandilitas, secured an expedition into the northern sprouts of Terradosia. This was quite the change of pace for us, as we spent most of our time traversing the dark underbellies of the mountains or within the swamps of the northern realms. So a trek into one of the most protected and beautiful parts of Handoran almost sounded like a vacation. Rest assured, though, we did not treat it as such. We would have brought our children with us had it been a vacation. Perhaps we shouldn't have left both of you. With Lyron for such extended periods of time. Ruminations such as this is unhelpful. The ruins of ancient elven civilizations rested throughout the sprouts. That was common knowledge within our communities, but your father had quite the hypothesis that there were also ancient human civilizations as well. We didn't tell the High Elves this, of course, but this is our true intention, to discover whether or not humanity or other species once called the sprouts their home. The expedition, if you can remember, took place 2 years ago, 1512 in June. I believe the exact date we left was, let me see, the 2nd of June, and I think we left early in the morning before either of you had woken from your deep, tiny slumbers. We didn't arrive at the border into the forest until the 6th of June that same week, and it took another week of travel before we arrived at the elven-sanctioned site of our dig. So on the 13th of June, we began our fox dig into the ruins of Belum Doreen.
Sure.
Named the Baron Tukia. Elven city consumed and protected by the lush undergrowth of the sprouts of Terradosia. It was gorgeous and wonderful. It was gorgeous and a wonderful sight to be sure. It just wasn't what we were looking for, and there was nothing more to be discovered about it. The High Elves enjoyed throwing us bones every once in a while, but that is all they were, bones, picked dry of any meat that once rest upon them. But we wanted something new, something that was actually groundbreaking in the Third Age, that may pull humanity out of the straw of historic knowledge we found ourselves in. So we convinced Baron Kalu?
Say it how you want, dude.
Hollery?
Sure.
Speak with him, for he's an ally of ours. Oh. And when I say convince, I mean argue with for over 3 hours via many spell called sending. But after much trial and tribulation, he allowed us to roam freely about the forest for 2 weeks' time with no supervision. However, one stipulation was placed on us, and that was this: if we were to get caught by the roaming treants seen by the many friends of the Druids, or caught by a patrolling group of what I call leaf snatchers, elves that roam the forest in search of fallen leaves of Terradosia, then we would suffer the consequences free of his assistance. This was rather terrifying, as the punishment for unsanctioned travel to the sprouts is death, full stop. as the High Elves seem to be rather paranoid as it pertains to wanderers within their woods, as evidenced by the fact that a druid had to let us into the forest itself. Your father has a bit more experience dealing with the High Elves than I do, so I think I may have upset the druid, though I don't think I'll ever see him again. Once the guards had left, as per our agreement, your father and I set to find a sign of other civilizations within the sprouts of Terradosia. We traveled west at first, heading towards the Gulf of Magic. This in no way was influenced by your father's supplies, I'm sure, but I digress. We held this direction for about 4 days, which was actually 6 days after we had discovered the Elven ruins. So at this point, it was the 19th of June that we decided to change our cardinal direction. We decided against our better judgment to head south toward the base of Terradosia, deeper into the realm of the High Elves and further into danger. Despite being so dangerous, though, it was one of the most beautiful treks I've ever experienced. Terradosia, the Tree of Life, towered over us just as you'd think it might, had someone only ever told you of a tree that birthed all humanoid life. The leaves, oh my god, the leaves, they were so big. And the branches, like pathways through the heavens. Both myself and your father had seen it before, obviously. We lived just north of the forest, but to be this close, it was surreal, truly. Even now, every now and again, or rather all the time, as it pertains to our family, I get lost in the
Minutia.
minutia of creation and academia. This is primarily due to how much I love both, of course, but when we gazed upon the tree, the restlessness of our pursuits, the fettering chains of sentience, fell from my mind and were replaced by a strange anxiety. The anxiety was, no doubt, in my mind attempting to comprehend my smallness, but was no doubt conquered by the Grenmorian and Brystone soul that swirls within me, telling me that I am larger than life. I believe this to be true. I believe our family is larger than the sum of humanity, that our legacy will be remembered for ages to come, but even after the soul of my ancestors toppled the fortress of impenetrable vastness and unknowing, I did not feel a sense of grandeur, but rather I felt small and significant. But rather than anxiety, I felt strange calmness at that thought. The thought that this is, and that no research was needed to prove that, no studies needed to be written about it, just the knowledge of existence personified, a single look at the Tree of Life. It is rare that I ever feel such a thing, the feeling of, well, I needn't explore that anymore, for I already know. In fact, the only other time I felt such feeling is when both of you were born. I loved both of you more than quite literally anything in Honduran at the moment. I laid my eyes upon you, and I felt no desire to prove that, for it was objectively and universally true. We traveled this way for another 3 days, finding nothing upon the 22nd of June, but we're Grenmore, so even if we had only 5 days left, and we were more than a week out from the border, we weren't going to give up so easily. We trekked around for another 2 days before we found anything. We found not a city, but a temple, a rather small one at that, with large stone crow resting just atop its ziggurat-shaped form. It was tangled in strange-looking roots that crawled up the sides and appeared to be positively covered in peat moss and vines that wrapped around it. The roots didn't appear to be connected to Terradosia or any of the nearby Tilia trees either. But honestly, due to their odd shape and coloration, I would have been shocked if that had been the case. The oddest thing, though, was a general sweeping wind that appeared to swirl around the area. Wind isn't typically a cause for concern, but there was no sign of it prior to coming within a certain distance to it. We figured it to be around 100 feet in every direction, and once we took a single step out of the dome, we felt nary a breeze upon our skin. This didn't shock us too much, as there were bound to be some arcane anomalies within the forest. We were prepared for such things. It was, at first, quite a beautiful sight. A grove filled with nothing but the light of sun, rustling leaves that appeared to cyclone in towards the temple, and a plethora of interesting flowers that appeared to pop from the soil like weeds surrounding the ziggurat. It all felt magical. The place, the atmosphere, even the scent on the wind was wonderful. And me and your father were joyous in the moment, nearly dancing within the grove. Dancing stopped rather swiftly as we approached the steps. A skeleton rested near the base, hewn to be certain. It was sitting on both knees, still upright, looking at the stone crow that was perched just above the top of the temple. In both of his hands was a gnarled staff of the same wood the boots appeared to be made of, with a few twigs pushing out as well. We did not wish to disturb the skeleton or the staff, as we believed, and we most certainly know now, that this was a holy site at some point during none other than Oris Lixis?
Oris Lixis.
Lixis, the time of the Titans. Ooh. Oris Lixis, the time of the Titans. For our dating of the stone was correct. This brings me to another point, however. The bones appeared no less than 4,000 years old, bringing it well beyond the beginning of the Third Age, and possibly before the Second Age. And the staff he held, it was indiscernible.
Indescribable.
Indescribable. I have never seen such magic. If it even was magic, through the Grenmorian goggles. But what's more troubling is that it gave off a similar signature as some of the more detrimental arcane anomalies I've come across. We did not take the staff, nor did we plan to. The thought alone sent shivers down my spine. We looked upon the skeleton for what felt like minutes, but the sun's position told a much different story. After many hours of a trance-like state of being, we looked away. We looked at each other to see tears streaming down both of our faces, and a look of unbelievable sorrow covering our faces. Both of us knew not that we felt such things before we saw each other. Both of us knew not that we felt such things before we saw each other. But as we saw our eyes look within them, we collapsed into each other and wept for many minutes. To this day, we know not why that happened, but I feel it does not matter, for I felt it, and so did Vern. We both felt what could only be described as unending pain and agony stripping away at our minds. There was no physical pain to speak of, only mental anguish, and so raw it was, like looking upon a stillborn child in the arms of a wailing mother. After we wept and contemplated our experiences together, we looked then upon the temple, now lit dimly by the pale moonlight and consumed within the reeds of life that had held it aloft for so long. The wind felt slower now. The anguish that rested within them shouldered somewhat onto us now, perhaps, or maybe I simply did not notice it now as presently as I once did. We sat there for a bit longer, contemplation still gripping our thoughts with great strength, and sit we did, unable to soothe even our weakest of thoughts, all of them growing in strength within our minds, drinking heartily of our inaction and indecisiveness. After what I know to be hours, not minutes more, we stood wearily with our heads leaning softly against one another's, and began to walk towards the front of the temple. But to our surprise, the temple had become even more consumed with life. Gnarled roots, bramble, and vines that once merely accented the stone were now covering every inch of it, and a large root had now sprouted from the top, strange and jagged. Our minds were warped. We thought perhaps a spell had kept us within the forest for many years, that our children had died waiting for our return, that we had abandoned them already. These thoughts persisted, though a trance was indeed thrown upon our minds. But this trance was not arcane, no, but of our mind's own creation. More tears fell from my already sapped eyes, wetting already drenched cheeks and falling upon plentifully watered ground, but we continued. The steps were small and cracked, but well maintained despite their immense age. It took many minutes for us to climb the rather small temple stairs that led up to its vertex, due in part to our lack of strength, sapped by our inactivity, but also due to the bramble that nearly consumed the temple now. After the long hike up the temple stairs, we looked then upon the root that plummeted out from the depths of the temple's pinnacle, now revealing another set of mud stairs that looked to have been previously hidden by stone that led up the belly of the ziggurat. We stepped upon them with no hesitation, not a single second of contemplation before both your father and I descended into the depths of trance indeed. There were markings upon the wall as we walked down the mud steps, trenches and scoop marks from digging with one's bare hands. We walked for a few minutes downward, seeing fingerprints upon the stone steps, more finger marks in the walls, footsteps within the mud, and even what looked to be small bird footprints mingling alongside them. No signs of tools, no signs of magic, all done by hand, many tens of feet into the earth. Once we had descended for about 5 minutes, we began to see a bit of blood within the packed mud, remnants of digging now upon harder, more packed soil. It was at this point we felt an odd and eerie sensation building at the base of our necks, goosebumps rising as our minds wrapped around the thought of such arduous labor. I lingered for much of the descent on thoughts of how difficult this construction might have been, years it may have taken, with much pain and suffering in the process. I would commit to such things for very little, as would many others, and that realization resonated deeply within my soul, a final realization of the importance of whatever rests below. We descended still, seeing now drawings within the walls of humans, humans running upon fields of tall grass, within a meadow of forests, and frolicking gaily with various animals among us. The only depictions done in color were colored in a hue of dark brown, the scent of iron still lingering upon them from the blood that they were inscribed with. These blood-drawn depictions were done so with care and artistry, and were carved only into the solid stone that mingled with the packed soil, perhaps so that it never faded away. They were depictions of the birth of humanity, humans crawling from the bellies of gigantic fruits, pulled from the depths by fellow humans with stony smiles streaming across their face. Their faces were so detailed, yet their bodies were not. The emotion on their lips so clear as to infect me with their joy. I felt a smile swell across my face, as well as tears stream through it as I looked upon the scene. It was beautiful. I had seen many stories, heard many tales, and read much history of the elven, dwarven, gnomish, hobbit, leonish, Goliathan, and draconic birth, but never of my peoples. And it looked so happy and full of life. There were people small and large embracing one another without a care in the world upon the stone. Animals had been carved as well. Curiosity of humanity so clearly carved within their eyes, but not a hint of fear. No fear of humanity. I feel as if I might cry at this very moment just recalling it. For all I have seen within the animals of Handoran is fear as they gaze upon me, even if I feel not the slightest bit of animosity towards them, even if I do not partake in their flesh or use it for my own clothing or my decoration. They flee at the very sight of me, but not here, not in this moment in time, only curiosity in some, and affection in many others as they rubbed upon the fruit juice laden bodies of those freshly born humans. The further we traveled, the more people we saw upon the walls, all colored in blood, but humanity was not all we saw. Elves as well. The elves appeared so regal in their depictions, wielding spears of finely carved wood and gemstone upon their massive owls of old. Yet they did not appear hostile as I originally would have assumed. They appeared to aid the humans in their escape from the fruit, slicing the thicker skinned fruit, leading them to rivers, allowing them to ride upon their owls, a look of such pure and untainted happiness upon the faces of those that did, and even embracing them with love upon their faces. Many tears fell again from our faces. What strange history. So foreign to where we are today, and I am lucky to have seen it. If only that were not only carved into stone, but was the reality my children will bear witness to. Though I fear the opposite is true in the times to come. Discovery. It took us quite a bit to get down the spiraling stair, mainly due to our preoccupation with the inscriptions upon the wall. The stair didn't lead to any grand corridor, no ornate hall, no pews, no altars. It was simply a small circular room, no more than 15 feet diameter, with a large clumping of roots, moss, and vines creeping over everything in sight, as well as puncturing through into the soil all around us. Most interesting were the pools of blood within small craters of the ground, were not dry. We avoided the pools, for we felt no desire to touch them. It was as if we were at the heart of some sort of stone golem. The area was strange, not just due to the pools of blood or the heart, like knot of roots and vines, but there was a strange warmth that washed over both of us like a spell. The heat didn't feel natural in the slightest, for there was no effect on the air. It did not get thicker as we traversed deeper into the temple, nor was our skin balmy as it graced our senses. It was it was an odd sensation, and if not for our heightened state of anxiety at the sight of pools of blood, perhaps it would have been calming. We investigated the surrounding area thoroughly, searching for any ancient traps or signs of magical enchantment that may have persisted, as we always did, but found nothing. This was simply a temple, not a trap inside, only the gnarled root hearts of the temple. No hidden doors, buried treasure, or evidence of ritual sacrifice. We assumed with the blood pools that the bones were there would be some insidious design. Hold on. We assumed with the blood pools at the bones the bones there would be some insidious design at work, as I believed many people would. But for the first time in our careers, it appears to have simply been what it looked like, what it looked to be. The last thing to investigate was obvious, the gnarled root heart, though neither of us really wanted to look at it. I must say, both me and your father were quite shaken by the entire experience and wished for nothing more than to just leave and try to escape the elfin punishment. But after a very short discussion that consists mainly of should we, and I don't know, should we ultimately decided that we should. This was, after all, the first ancient human discovery we had ever unearthed, but not only that, it looked to have gone undiscovered by any elves for much, if not all of its existence. Unfortunately, the only evidence I have for that hypothesis is that it still stood within their sacred forest. Otherwise, I believe they would have destroyed it, or at the very least hidden any evidence of its existence. And for that reason, we investigated the heart, for humanity and for our children. I know that I said prior that I wished I had never found it, but I now disagree with that statement. Perhaps if nothing else comes of this, at the very least, we know that our people did not only suffer, that there was more than rage, hate, greed, and war for humanity, and that there can still be, through both of you. We dug through the roots, carefully of course, for a long while, discovering along the way where the blood was coming from. The roots were bleeding as we dug through them as if actually part of a beating heart. It smelled of iron and had a similar consistency to that of our own blood, which I cannot lie was very unnerving and did give me pause quite a few times. It streamed down our tools and then down our forearms, the lifeblood of the temple, as it were, surreal and daunting. The experience shuddered through me and left me feeling weak and small, as I did when I looked upon Terradosia. The wood of it felt as wood might, though touching it felt like touching a warm bath devoid of any water, as if the heat touched not my body but my essence. This was nowhere near comparable to the sensation that was felt when we uncovered the stone, however. A feeling of pure bliss, nirvana, actualized within a single stare as the stone illuminated the past, present, and future within its wooden cocoon. I felt the world flutter away and become encapsulated within my belly. I saw the stars course through my feet and out of my nose. I experienced life as it was meant to be, as a singular being bearing witness to the miracles of existence on its face, with not a worry in my consciousness. Perhaps I imagine the sensation I felt looking upon Terradosia after I experienced this. I considered it. But I did not believe my mind to have been tampered with. I believe the same sensation was felt. I just know this was more pure. After our eyes adjusted and the tears somewhat dried upon our face, we saw the stone, a large opalescent stone, beautiful and shimmering, like a roc's egg, cradled by the roots that held it so firmly. The blood that spilled upon it from the roots appeared to absorb into it, nowhere to be found and not able to be seen through its somewhat translucent form. But it was not a stone that we saw before us, but something else. And to this day, we haven't a clue what that something else might be. Our minds battled with two conflicting ideas in the moment that followed. That we should leave the stone where it lies, or that we should take the stone and study it for the good of humanity. The choice was rather clear to us Grenmores, and despite a nagging fear at the back of our skulls, we took the stone carefully into our possession and began our trek out of the sprouts of Terradosia. The gale winds no longer swirled within the clearing and around the temple. It was calm in the midst of the starlit night. I remember our feet falling so heavily upon the stone, each grain of dirt grinding against the soles of our shoes heard so clearly in the dead of night, and the sound of crickets singing out as if a chorus had come to celebrate our return. Our lungs filled graciously with the freshest of air, and our spirits lifted at the sight of such tranquil nature just before we plunged back into the sacred forest of the High Elves. The thought had crossed our mind to leave a teleportation circle in the grotto, but we decided against it. Such untold power lay within that place. Such significance we can only imagine, and we think it unwise to lead any soul to it. But if we found it, you both can as well. I know that for certain. Research. We arrived back at the manor far later than we originally anticipated, as I am sure both of you remember, not so fondly. I believe our first steps back upon Grenmore land was on the 18th of July due to a lot of detours and evasive maneuvers required to avoid the lingering eyes of brother. Lothari Aegis,
Oh.
Telfanor,
Aegeus Telfanor. Yes. Yeah.
and the Teldorai. But as soon as we returned, we descended not to the workshop, but to this room. A room you both most likely discovered via a secret I had left within a book of mine. This room is called the Loom of all things, and it is one of the first created within the manor many hundreds of years ago by our Grenmore and
Archagoras.
I was good. Archagoras ancestors. The Brastones are my ancestors, and was my maiden name. But they had no part in the building of this manor. Our legacy remains within the southern realms. Though my mother was able to tell me very little of what that might have been. The Archagoras, did I do that?
Mm-hmm.
Were supposedly descended from dragons and humans. And while this sounds rather far-fetched, Glaucon is not the only dragon in the world, thank God. And I would hope that there are those a bit less like him, to put it lightly, that wouldn't bat an eye at the marrying of our two species. Alas, your father knows nothing of this part of his lineage, despite his best efforts. I haven't seen any scales on him, though, nor have I witnessed him breathe fire or lightning, so either he's lying, the dragon genes are recessive, it seems unlike me, or the draconic portion of that line was long lost, leaving primarily human relations through the majority of its history. I'd like to give him the benefit of the doubt and say that it's the latter, but I'll keep an eye on him all the same. He didn't throw a temper tantrum when we discovered some humans have been happy, so I don't think he's any way related to Glaucon, but you know us Grenmores, we can never be too sure. All jokes aside, though, your father's ancestors, and by blood and love, all of yours, we hold a sanctum of knowledge under our very feet. It goes without saying that you are not to reveal its location to anybody, even your closest of friends. If you have already brought some with you, I suppose that there are honorary Grenmores now. God. For I trust him.
Nossew isn't though.
For I trust. Oh yeah. For I trust in both of your judges of character. However, you mustn't let the knowledge of this place enter the minds of those unworthy, for it is a sacred place of our family. I must say, though, it brings me such unbelievable sorrow that I am unable to tell you both of this place in person. That I am unable to walk the loom again for the first time through you. Witness your faces as you come face to face with the true glory of your family, and teach you all the things your father and I have so eagerly awaited to teach you. You mustn't adopt this sadness of mine, however, for you still stand where we stood. You still look upon the legacy you now inherit, and you still carry within you the will of Grenmore, and a wondrous, unique human soul capable of all things. I keep getting so off topic. I suppose those little asides are important, though, all things considered. But back to the stone. We examined it thoroughly under various forms of magnification, seeing no signs of tool use upon its surface, and no discernible markings either that could lead us to the identity of its creator. Seeing that, we examined it more closely within the Grenmore goggles, finding, well, every type of arcane power you could imagine. Well, also none at all. I wish I could explain, but I simply cannot. Typically, through the use of the goggles of detect magic, one can differentiate the type of magic present in an object upon the land and the shape of an anomaly. This is what I do for much of my research, after all. However, this object seemed to give off radiation and identifiers similar to each magic. Now, I've seen things similar to that before, anomalies that consist of multiple schools of magic. This was not reminiscent of schools of magic. You see, each school of magic can be identified by strings that flow from the residual energy left behind by the magic, or the aura emanating from the magic currently in use. It is through these strings that we can identify sometimes who is responsible for casting said magic, as their soul leaves a certain mark upon it while siphoning the arcane power from whatever is derived of. Aura is universal, and thus it is impossible to identify with any true accuracy the creator of magical items, artifacts, or in-use enchantments, which is why we leave our family crest upon each item we craft. The aura is universal due to a principle called Hecate's Law, which was theorized long ago by sages far more versed in the arcane than I. It states that any magical power we create is done so mainly through the soul's power, and not through the power of the arcane, and that the conduit of magic remains constant among all life forms. So what that means, at least through our experimentation, is that the amount of power being siphoned from Hecate is actually rather small, especially at the lower depths, than most spells. Most spells one creates are, for lack of a better word, filtered through the soul to give it shape into the schools we know today. So this means the soul itself possesses some form of power we are unfamiliar with. This raises another question, however. Does necromancy therefore have some form of domination over this unknown power? Is necromancy the power of the soul? Moreover, are souls the only thing that can act as an initial conduit for magic? We know that items can hold magic for a time, some longer than others for some reason, but as far as I know, magic always stems from someone casting it directly. But can it stem from something without a soul? I'm honestly not sure what that would even be, but I don't even know what the soul is, and as the title of this writing suggests, I have only questions in regarding to the conundrum of I have only questions in regard to this conundrum, not a single answer. But the strings that can be seen after a spell has fizzled are mortal-made anomalies, and are reminiscent of fingerprints, though these are fingerprints left by the soul, and are unique entirely between things. Which, as an aside, means that each soul is entirely unique, for that is the only way this could occur. We have seen anomalies left by sages hundreds of years prior, only seeing a repeated anomaly a few times, which means that one could theoretically find the reincarnation of somebody's soul through the reading of Hecate's strings. Quite interesting and full of possibility. As it pertains to the stone, it is hard to put into words. It really is. No schools of magic exist within the stone, yet I saw evidence of all of them, including necromancy. What's more is that the magic was not yet separated. They were not individual anomalies. I saw them all intertwined, creating all of them and none of them all at once. I know it makes no sense, and trust me, I'm just as frustrated as both of you must be, but I have no other way to explain it. It is a power unlike anything I've ever seen, whereas the schools of magic one typically comes across are rather orderly, very uniform and easily to identify. This is unruly, misshapen, and quite honestly impossible to identify. The best word to describe it is chaotic. Trying to decipher its true nature was unsuccessful. We discovered very little, not its origin, not its history, not its name, not even how old it is. So we gave up, which, as both of you know, is quite out of character for us. I suppose there has been much of that as of late, but fret not, for we began a new test. These tests were aimed at discovering the power the stone holds, what effect it has on things around it, and so on. Your father hypothesized that it would have some sort of effect on plant life, judging by how the roots formed around it, and the temple we found it within. So we buried it underneath a fern for a week. The fern grew 4 times its size within the first day, and nearly consumed the loom by the the time the week was done. It had grown far beyond what the fern naturally grew to, breaking the limit nature had put upon it and stretching it many dozens of feet in all directions. Once the stone was removed, the fern did not wilt, nor did it wither. It simply required more water and far more soil. That's where the massive fern in the garden came from. This meant the fern did not simply borrow power from the stone, but the stone nourished it with something, allowing it to grow to that size and strength. This is a good sign. Typically, borrowed power is disastrous for those borrowing it. So this was a good indication of the mysterious nature of the stone. The second test we conducted was upon inanimate objects. We had discovered that it had some sort of effect on living things through the fern, but with stone, wood, or metal. Possibly some of your toys. Yes, that is where your figure of
The Nossew.
went. Oh, Siren, I'm sorry. There was no effect on any of them, I hope. They simply rested atop the stone without a single solitary movement or sound. This was both reassuring and disappointing. We didn't want the foundations of the manor to start growing limbs and moving on their own, but there was a part of both of us that thought it would be pretty interesting if they did. After the third week, though, we started to notice an influx of insects around the manor. They had begun to swarm the stone, laying upon it, burrowing near it, and as it pertains to ants, simply stared at it. This was fine until they began to grow rather large in size. So we moved it into a lead container, for that was simply unacceptable. This appeared to sever its connection to the insects, but not to the flora that surrounded our home. As the stone spent more time within the loom, whatever energy it produced seeped into everything around it like radiation. This we could understand. This was similar in nature to the arcane, and that led us to a bit closer to discovering more about it. The only issue was that this also forced us to trim the garden quite frequently due to the abundance of growth, but as things go, this was actually quite nice. After many more studies, we still discovered nothing of its true nature, only discovering some of its traits held similarities with other forms of magic and power, but nothing concrete. So we abandoned attempting to discover why it does what it does, and instead attempting to harness it, for that was the only way to discern anything about it at this point. The idea was, if we could harness some of its power, then we might be able to reverse engineer our own artificery to determine what exactly is happening to allow us to harness its power. This seems rather derivative, if not a bit silly, but it was the last chance we had at figuring out what the stone was. Harnessing its power was about as easy as it sounds, nearly impossible, and so we failed for many months. We made nearly no progress. The power simply did not wish to be harnessed. Magic typically wishes to be used, it wants to be harnessed, just as fire wants to burn, magic yearns to be used. Just as air exists for various beings to breathe, magic exists for its use, though not just our use, obviously. However, this power seemed to be resistant to any form of manipulation, and we tried everything we could think of. We attempted to strike the power through the loom, absorbing it through various enchantments, and even transferring it to another object, but to no avail. Typically, plants and insects were harnessing the power, though, right? Wrong. They were absorbing it. Trust us, we tried. Once the plants or the bugs had absorbed its power, it no longer existed separately from the plant or bug. It was part of it. It was a part of it, just as the flesh or blood of the creature was, and therefore was impossible to separate from it. After a few more months of experimentation, the stone began to affect us as well. Your father grew 1.5 inches at the age of 47, and my eyesight became so clear I could see nearly perfectly when just last year it had begun to deteriorate. So not only did it begin to heal our bodies, but it also began to improve them in some way. Your father made some snide remarks sometime around this point about how we do the same thing in artificery, comparing us to this divine stone. He's definitely correct, but it seemed in poor taste. The discovery, while valuable, was ultimately useless in our overarching pursuit of discovering the stone's true nature. And it was at this point that we called an old friend for some assistance. His name was Demones Varro.
Yes.
Nice. And he's an archaeologist with the Archaeological Guild of Trisval, with the explore. Have we met him?
No.
Oh,
You promise?
Yes.
On your life?
okay.
Yes.
Guild of Trisfall, the Explorers of the King. Daemonis, specialized in the automation research. Automaton research. Oh, an automaton research from the Second Age, and had uncovered some astonishingly interesting artifacts from the mysterious era of chaos that gripped the end of that age. He had discovered large metallic beings crafted with both flesh, wood, and various precious metals. The purpose of these beings had not been fully discovered, primarily due to the many restrictions placed upon his research because of the time period, but also because no clear use was seen. He had found hundreds, possibly thousands, buried deep within the southern range of Astrid, just west of the strongholds of Ballas, within the central realms. He theorized unofficially, of course, that the strange automatons were to be used as soldiers in some war of sort, though how that would be possible was a mystery until now. We figured something like these automatons, if enhanced and wired correctly by us, could utilize the stone's power. It was far-fetched, but after all we had seen, it was our best and last chance. Daemonis, once we sent to him, telling him very little, of course, traveled swiftly to our estate with his daughter, Lemranora, to aid us in our research. He had brought with him a rather large automaton. It was hunched over and made of brass, caked with dirt, and dented in various areas. Regardless, this was done by an expert blacksmith, an artificer duo. That much was certain. Once you looked past the initial wear and tear, you could see the immaculate smelting and welding of the blacksmiths, along with the exquisite wiring and retooling of the automaton's insides of the artificer. It was strange. The eyes were made of glass and filled with emeralds, creating the illusion of green irises. Surrounded by chipped white paint. It looked nothing like a human, an elf, or really any humanoid species. It was far too large, but it didn't look not alive either. Its face was meticulously carved, and whoever crafted it did so in pieces, allowing for the shifting of various aspects of the face, perhaps for individual facial expressions and communication. This was further corroborated by the wiring and magical conduits that had been placed upon each of the flaps, which coincidentally would be a lengthy project on its own. But paired with the rest of the body and the sheer depth of work put into it, I can really only imagine how long it would have taken to create it, let alone thousands that were created alongside it. Whoever crafted these creatures, their work was not in vain, even if they never walked out of us as they might have wished. They were a master of
It's there, but she crossed it out.
Oh.
Yeah.
The master of our craft. And we learned much from our examinations of such artistry. O Siren and Laia, never allow yourself to be idle in your learning. Our appreciation of another's work does not diminish our own. It does not reduce our worth to acknowledge another's. Hubris is a deadly ordeal, but admiration can lead so gratefully to inspiration. After a few more weeks of working on each individual piece, melding our artificery with ancient artificers' wiring, and creating entirely new magical conduits for the stone, we began our final experiment. First, we used the loom to send a rather large amount of raw enchantment arcane power into the chassis. We've discovered over time that enchantment in particular attracts more arcane energy residually than any other forms of magic. In doing this, we hope the chassis will act as a sort of magnet to the stone, and then hopefully attract some of its power inversely. We then fitted the stone with exactly 38 silver magical conduits attached to the chassis, along with silver wiring, silver being the most magically conductive precious metal. It's also the most electrically conductive metal.
I know.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
And set it within a mithril, the most magically grounding precious metal. Setting within that, we had it crafted within sternum of the automaton. To begin the siphoning of power, we pushed evocation magic into the stone through the lobe, and again sent enchantment magic through the silver-wired conduits. And now we've been waiting. Answers. We have yet to see if our experiments will even work, and both your father and I know that we most likely never will. Both of you at this point are merely 13 and 14 years old, far too young to understand what the world has bestowed upon you, what we have bestowed upon our children so selfishly. An organization has discovered our research somehow. We believe Demones has looser lips than we originally thought, though neither of us believe he did so with malicious intent. He is a fool beyond fools for not realizing the gravity of our work, but it has already been done, and we are no lesser the fools for shouldering this to begin with. The organization wishes to take control of our research. They've threatened our lives, and yours if we do not comply. This is not the first time our lives have been threatened, whether by high elven barons, grand archaeologists, crime lords, and even at one point, assassins. It is not a new sensation, our lives being in danger, but this is the first time someone has dared to threaten my children's life, and for that, we must do what needs to be done. They will come for the stone, they will come for our lives, but they will leave nothing but a tombstone with their names etched in blood upon them. I wish I could tell you the name of this organization, who exactly was sending to us, where they were located, or how exactly they discovered our findings, but I cannot. Again, I fail you. Again, I allow my children to bear this burden. Again, I fall so egregiously short of a mother's duty. All I can do is be proud of what I know both of you will become in spite of the world's best efforts. This stone, the temple where we found it, the skeleton and the staff are all part of a far larger picture that we can see at this point. You are both Grenmores, the greatest family to ever exist, the proudest, the most brilliant, the most cunning, the strongest, and far and above the most capable. There's not a shadow of doubt in my mind, in my very soul, that you will not discover what we could not, that you will see the bigger picture, that you will avenge your family. Above it all, know that you are both that which fills the emptiness of life's seventh circle, the timelessness that fills our very essence. You are the answer to the riddle in our grandest creations. Love, your mother and your father. Wow. Featuring Clink.
Featuring Clink.
It is.
Featuring your fucking mom having the same lineage as one of the archmages.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
One of the Brystones.
Oh.
In the Southern Realms. God, this is so good.
So the Grenmore side has dragon shit, and the Brystone side has fucking archmage shit. Disgusting. All of it's gross.
They talk to the Amderon lady.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
So, as you look around the room, you see the remnants of blueprints and artifacts of Grenmore's past, but that is for a later time. And with that, the fall of Grenmore comes to an end, and we'll see what Osiron finds at a later date. Thank you for coming. We hope you enjoyed, and we'll see you on Saturday at 6:30 p.m.
Love you, bye.